This is the nameless protagonist. I'd like to thank you guys for joining me. This is a bit of an impromptu show today. I wanted to host an open dojo. Hopefully, we can make things a bit more normal. I put a link in the description so you guys can see some of my contact information, the cash tap information, and a link to the StreamYard link to come up if you guys are wanting to chop it up. But we'll go ahead and do the formal opening to the founders of the space. Os. To those that were able to make it here today. Os. And for those who passed away, Kevin Samuels, Forrest Windu, and all those other brothers. Os. This is the nameless protagonist. Today, we're going to be hosting an open dojo with no real topics in general, nothing specific. Just kind of want to chop it up about some of the topics of discussion that have been floating around the space lately. And a few tendencies that I've noticed. I know one of the things I want to touch on is this understanding, this idea of probability versus possibility. Probability versus possibility. This is something that I think gets very lost when we have conversations about trying to address systematic issues, but we're taking a very micro understanding of it all. A term I like using to describe this, which is borrowing from some things we talked about with Sword Form 5, which was the illusion of exclusion. But it borrows from particle wave theory. The idea that a particle and a wave will demonstrate completely opposite behavior when left to their own devices. But the moment that that same particle is observed, that energy form, that pattern collapses into something that's definite, micro, and predictable, such as the anecdotal collapse. If you try to describe something that is happening within a system, systems, again, are ways in which things address a probability of something happening. People often conflate and compress it into describing the probability of it happening. And unfortunately, it loses the purpose of what we're actually talking about if we want to solve the actual problem. So before we get into that, we're going to do a little bit of housekeeping, make some acknowledgments in the chat. We already got some folks coming up. Ken Sean, welcome to the chat. Os.
How's it going, my brother?
It's been a while. How have you been, man?
Right here, man. I tell you, life has its ways of putting you in the furnace and all you at the end of the day, I think only you most of the time can hurt your own self. And when it comes to the probability versus possibility.
Well, one second, Ken
Mhm.
Sean. Before we get into that, let me go ahead and
Okay.
make some acknowledgments in the chat.
Mhm.
First and foremost, Spain Man, I see you, family. Os, glad you could make it. We got Trell Bentley. Os, I see you. Jay Moore, thanks for coming through, sir. Os. Romilio 747. Os. Winston Tokuhisa. What's good, family? Os. Artisan MC. My brother Scorpio. What's going on, family? Os. I saw that werewolf from Disney Plus earlier today too, man. It wasn't bad, interesting style, but I wish we could get a little bit of. I wish they would break my expectations on occasion whenever we see any kind of black folks in a horror movie or any sort of horror settings. I mean, can we get a hit in or something, man? But I digress. We got Gyogami, family from the Kikongo Mbote. What's going on? Queen Coon. Hoodoo sister, what's going on with you, family? Glad you can make it. South Sheik, glad you're in here, family. Os. We got Aria, aka Fitness Mom. What's going on? Os. In here we have Destro0861. Os. I see you, fam. Tahuti of New Kemet. Os and Hotepu. Grab the second gear, Eddie. Os. I see you, fam. Let's see. We got Shango Zulu. I see you, family. Glad you could make it. Os. The Unreasonable Man. He says, absolutely, too many are hopeful as opposed to practical. Indeed, we are definitely going to get into that. We don't want to make a condemnation on hope, but yeah, people need context, family. They really do. We got TTT, Toya the Texan Tutor. Glad you could make it. Os. Let's see, did we catch everybody? What more here? Diaspora L. Os, I see you. And McDonnie, or Mr. Donnie, or Donnie Mac. There we go. Os. Yeah, Artisan 3T. But Kenshawn, go ahead, family. You can go ahead and jump on the topic.
Yeah, I see you were starting to get into it a little bit. I can listen in a little more to get more context. Um, but understanding myself has been one of the things that I've done, and then what I've done beyond that is I've been able to get habits to stick to me, and it takes some time. Actually, takes over 100 days or 21 days, but if for you to get it ingrained, and the habits is what makes me justice stand for justice and truth in the end. And that's first I knew myself, and then beyond knowing myself, I start to do the habits that make me the best version of myself, instead of when I was younger doing things on of the world. I would leave it like that.
Okay. So I'll give you an illustration of what I'm talking about. And I've been deciding whether or not I want to make this the sixth sword form. I was going to call it the Tao of Entropy. And for those that aren't physics majors or those that like dealing with thermomechanics, we're talking about the idea of increasing the various possibilities of something through a phenomenon most people are more familiar with called chaos. So the more potential outcomes that can occur to something, the more chaotic it becomes. So it's one thing to have one pathway, point A to point B. But if you take multiple doors within that point A to point B and you introduce A sub 1 and A sub 2, and both of these could lead to point B, you've now got two pathways. You introduce A sub 1, sub 2, and sub 3. Now you've got three different ones, and so on and so on. And even though these multiple pathways are presented there, you've increased the entropy of the scenario, doesn't necessarily mean that all of these will lead you to point B per se. You just have more choices. You've introduced more entropy, or what they like to call in thermodynamics, greater amounts of macro states, and you haven't necessarily improved the idea of reaching to point B, because it could be out of all of those choices, only one or two of them will actually lead you to B. So now you're dealing with probability, because even though it's possible to go from A to B, the choice you make may or may not be the right one. And it may not be anything that you can do to perceive what would be the better outcome. In other words, you may not have an understanding of the actual probability of getting to your goal of reaching point B. And this becomes the problem because if you can say that, this particular way in which we're all taking, in hindsight, we look back and go, yes, it was the individual's decision to take that pathway which led to B. And, we may not have any idea of what was going through that person's mind, which brought them to decide to make the choices they did to end up that way. It becomes difficult to say that you can reproduce that in a different environment or a different time period. So while it would be true to say that the way to point B exists, the likelihood of choosing the correct path, in other words, the probability, is probably a lot higher. And this gets important when we talk about this interesting dichotomy here. We treat 99% as 1%. Oh, I'm sorry, and 1% as though it was a 50-50 ratio.
That's interesting.
And so I put something in the chat. I don't know if it's going to take a while to show up there. It's telling me I've got errors, but we'll wait for it to go through. But yes, 99% and 1% end up being treated as though they are 50-50 scenarios because the idea is that if something is possible, then we generally ignore the probability at which we retrieve that. And what's so funny about that is when you leave large groups of people or any sort of scenario or something that can be measured through a metric over time, you end up getting kind of an 80-20 ratio between one choice or another. It's left essentially to chance, and chance and nature tend to favor that golden ratio and the not just the Fibonacci sequence but the Pareto distribution. And I think a lot of people find some of these models exhibited when they're trying to predict trends in any sort of market, irrespective of what it is. Anything left to randomness over time manifests these kinds of patterns. So when you're in a system that has high entropy, in other words, high possibility of outcomes,
Mm.
you start seeing these distributions that line up eerily similar, almost to the point where
Mm.
you can start predicting it.
Now, how do I take that? Um, because nameless, what came to me, and everybody else in the chat, this may come to you differently. Of course, you can come up and let us know. It came to me as the recent retrograde that left us. Jupiter deals with communication. So the probability of you getting the communication through to someone in a Jupiter retrograde is highly unlikely if you didn't do it before the retrograde and if you have to wait for it to come out of the shadow. So I guess the better option, which you would think it's best to go, is there's, like you said, only the golden rule of chance will have to take over by nature. But how can we use the planets, or how can we use our nature to help us to kind of maneuver our way, or how do we use our blueprint?
So, Kenshawn, this is exactly the reason why human beings cultivated something interesting called systems. Systems. Systems addresses the entire issue you're talking about. It takes what's possible and increases its probability. In other words, it's the difference between possible versus viable. Viable. Possible versus viable.
Wow.
So, this is key when we're dealing with the way human beings have problem solved. And this is the nature under which I want to present this. Sure. We see it's possible. We can point to individuals, and with this social media, we can take a 1% outcome and make it seem as though it's very common. We can look at any instance and watch people in real time grind their asses off and meet success. But what's the reality? There's just not enough numerically to actually make up a majority to solve a problem. When you're looking at a whole bunch of exceptions that are being aggregated and having it conflate into an image to where, again, that 99% chance of failure is being compared to the 1%, because at the end of the day, you're only understanding it as you succeeded or you failed. In psychology, this concept is understood as outcome bias. And I want to give a more visceral example of that. I'll put a little link in the chat for you guys. Let me know if these chat, yeah, I think it's linking. Let me know if those links are actually working. So let's say you take, see something arbitrary. Let's get 20 children, right? No, not 20 children. We're going to take 2 million children and we're going to have them take a test. The test is going to consist of 30 questions. And these 30 questions are going to be pertaining to tracking the rise and fall of the stock market. They can answer an increase or decrease over a period of time. We're going to have these kids input their answers. And what's going to happen is, out of these 2 million kids, somebody is going to get every single one of those correct. Every single one. What we tend to do is we will take those individuals that got every single one right. And because that outcome matches what we're looking for, that outcome matches the success, we're going to say, okay, these kids, they're talented. They have some sort of ability. We need to understand what's happening. And so these kids who just pushed buttons are going to be heralded as subject matter experts. And we're just going to sit here and look at these kids and say that because, yes, they have this record of being 100% right, make all sorts of deductions and presuppositions off of why that information is correct. If this doesn't sound absolutely stupid, then I really need you to consider your thought process and the way in which you gather information. Because this is what we do when we look at a lot of situations that go on in society and strictly base good and bad off of the outcomes, and don't take enough time to take that step back to look back and ask ourselves a very simple question. What was the context under which those choices were arrived at? Every single one.
You know what is interesting, Nameless, if I can just, interject for a second.
Absolutely. Go ahead, fam.
Um, Merit. Coming up in jujitsu, I learned very quickly that merit, not cheating, not trying to get through my white sash or my exams. I learned very quickly that it was the struggle that gave the sensei the confidence to know that you can take on the training to extend merit. We can use this for everything. So when we come to, okay, what place is this coming from when this person made the choice? We have made up, so like you said, with society, we have made up so much new ways of standard, participation, trophies. Oh, the last person who comes last in the race, they get a medal too. So what has happened with merit is what you're talking about in this instance. I just wanted to say that merit has been the truth. What is merit? Truth and justice. When you do something and you get the outcome, or even if you have righteous anger and you get the outcome, but you get merit for that, or merit for actually doing something, hard work for good, honest labor and money. But merit is put to the background, and now we have a new several groups of community who changes the rules every day. And then if we women or men say no, this is the merit, or we're somehow put in the gist.
What you're describing right now is a standard.
Mhm.
And that standard is derived from taking some sort of skill set or ideology and looking at the outcome and discerning what is it that's required to actually get there. And I want to sum that up even further. to the point I was leading to. Because there's a very popular axiom that gets thrown around in the spirit of problem solving because people believe that status reports are somehow a form of complaints and avoidance of accountability. But with what I just said, you can't make use out of the fact that there are these outcomes that these children manage to produce because you don't understand the context under which they made that decision. And what that is a direct lateral translation to is this one word. I'm going to put it in the chat for emphasis: history. History. That is the value of history. If your history is not there to assist in providing context under which choices are made, it is complaining, conjecture, and most likely a form of collaborative fiction. Without that history, those outcomes are utterly and completely meaningless to you if your intention is to problem solve. That's where I'm going with this. That's the key with this all. That is what you're going to be able to take all of your data and comprise it to useful information that can help you solve problems. Context. History. You have to talk about the past. The past, for that reason, becomes indicative of what's going on in the present moment, and it allows for you to make projections outwards. The reality is nothing that you see in your present moment, nothing from your desk that you're sitting at, the car that you're at, the very device you're listening through me at too. Even the ideas we formulated all have a history. And this is why I use terms like animating energy or the energy that animates an intention. Because if you judge what's happening just based off the action as it's expressed, you will lose the meaning behind the movement. In martial arts, we call this the way of interceding and intercepting and forestalling the opponent. Ken no sen. I'll type that out. To intercept and forestall the opponent. The idea of this is understanding that at any given time, when you are in a real dynamic scenario in the now, to truly be able to respond with agency within that situation. And for those of you who are warriors, who are fighters, who have experience in combat or dealing with real-time dynamic scenarios where decision-making is critical, it's not enough to be an individual that responds. That's also given that you have the reflexes to even respond. Many of you who have been brought around skilled people know that there's not a sense of urgency or rushing amongst people who are truly skilled. It's as if everything is going in slow motion. It's as if they're ahead. They're there before you actually get there. Mm-hmm. The concept of Ken no sen takes advantage of individuals who have acquired experience and understand what things have looked like by taking advantage of what's happened before. In other words, the present moment becomes an indicator of what is about to happen. And therefore, the warrior ends up being before the environment, even if it's a fraction of a second before it happens, because you can sense the preeminent movements before they occur. Because you can sense the trajectory of where things are going, your mind begins to put a picture together of what the world will be. And in that state, you're able to act before it happens. In Kinjutsu, this is known as intercepting the opponent's move before it can manifest from the void, or forestalling your opponent. You are there before your opponent can move. And as a result, you have greater agency to take action. You don't wait for things to be there and you react. You then become the action by which all things around you must react instead. This is called taking initiative to forestall the opponent. And this applies to all forms of strategy. And so when we're talking about strategy, it doesn't apply just in that fraction of a second. You can take that fraction of a second, pause it, and then extend and explore it out. Take the scale of these modalities and look at it from an even smaller point of view, from microseconds to fractions of a second. And that can suffice for any time period that you want. If you want to implement a plan, you don't just do it in reaction to something. People who are skilled at planning solve problems before they even have an opportunity to occur. You want to
I
solve generational issues? You have to put a strategy in place that gets the resources lined up ahead of time long before that event takes place. This is why
um
things like history gives you context so that you can have agency
mhm.
in acting and having a response to solve these problems before they can even start. Go ahead, King
So
John.
would question, would history give you, because there's the, I think there's the 10 levels of feeling where you can feel either bliss or you can feel uh really bad, and you could feel sick, or your frequency will be below 25. So the feeling of bliss is like the theta level in meditation, where you're so immersed in what your things are react around you, as opposed to you being slow to react. Uh, that is that the feeling of bliss and the attitude to take on every situation. And is that the theta has to do with the theta stage when you've maximized, of course, uh the best version of yourself.
In Kinjutsu, well, really in Budo in general, and psychologists have a word for this now as well. There is a idea of no mind. In other words, to be able to move spontaneously without conscious thought. Give me just a moment. I want to. How am I able to do this? I'm gonna have to work on this a little later. I want to start adding some mods. Let me see if I can. I bet I can do it here. Yep.
I'll comment.
All right, let me get to that. So this concept of no mind, it's a state of mind that one gets into where essentially you have dedicated certain movements and understanding within yourself so resolutely, and you have a kind of synchronicity with the environment that is also so resolute that you respond without the mind having to intercede and come to a decision. You act all on your own. And it's not this kind of loose action that has no direction. This idea of no mind, or mushin, is animated by the spirit of the clap and the sound that spews forth as a result of it. There's no space in between it. It's full. It is a action and reaction dynamic that is instantaneous. It flows. This can only come from a clear state of mind, a sense of emptiness that allows for you to accept everything that's gone around you, and
Understood.
absolute acceptance. So, a metaphor for this oftentimes is this concept of suigetsu, and I'll spell that. Suigetsu. Now, this, if I type out the kanji for it, it would be two placed together. Sui, which stands for water, and getsu, which is another way of describing the moon. So it's literally the water moon, this concept of water moon. And for a lot of, the anime fans out there, they probably have heard this often, but it's a very popular axiom in Kinjutsu and Budo in general for this reason. It stems from this idea of, and I guess I'll just recite the poem. There was a poem that was directed to explain this technique called the Moon of Hirozawa Pond. And the idea goes along like this: the moonlight reflects itself within the water, or rather, the moonlight reflects itself. So too, the water. And what that's making an allusion to is the moonlight, the moon within itself is itself. And that light goes out everywhere for all to perceive. But for how huge that moon is, all it takes is a puddle to be able to absorb that moonlight and be able to reflect it in that pond. You can see the full image of the moon within that pond and all of its immeasurability. It can be placed within the space of that pond as long as the surface of that water is clear. That is a metaphor to the mind state of mushing or no mind. Without thought, the moonlight is reflected. That's the concept being spoken about there with suigetsu, or the water moon. Does that answer what you were saying, Kinshawn?
Yeah, I understood actually midway because the way I was taught and is guys, it the law of attraction is set up this way, and affirmations, repetitive putting stickers on your door, repetitively telling yourself that you're worthy in the aspects of your calling.
Mm,
um and that's what it's making me doing. It is taking away my flight or my fight in my achievements, and my little achievements, no matter how little they are, become big celebrations. And when I'm stacking, once again, good decisions, and I'm stacking a good attitude or bliss. I'm in a feeling of bliss to be able to take on these situations, as you mentioned, in a good attitude. Because with a bad attitude, you could miss off on deals, you could miss off on clients, you could miss off on things that could change your life.
mm.
Um, Having a bad attitude, and so what I got from that truly is the only way you can receive love is by truth and justice. And like you said about 3 minutes ago, you have to align yourself with the order that is of righteousness, of course, but the order that allows you to be locked in and in tune with nature and everything around you. It won't work with you. Now, we've heard of uh, witches who use, or wizards who use dark things for this and that and the next. But what I'm saying is there is a truth and an order in justice that causes you to be in, not only in the moment as a clap, but to now be able to perceive and way much better in terms fight battle or situations coming up. You'll be able to uh, um, use discernment for someone else, maybe maybe a colleague, because you'll be in the moment in an observation stage where you've eclipsed God level, really. And so, yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and take a moment to make some acknowledgments in the chat. But first, we do have a cash app. We got F Holiday came in with the donation. Family, I appreciate that. Thanks again, always coming through. He says, "Us, keep putting in that work. I absolutely will be, family." Let's see, we got a couple more acknowledgments of folks that came in. D Wayne, us, I see you, fam. Let's see, who else? Sheila E. That's been a while. How you doing? Got AB Media. Us, glad you could make it, fam. Frederick Holiday, yeah. Thanks again, fam. Us. We got Admiral Smoke, aka Sandog, aka Gynocratic Garfield. What's good, fam? We had a good stream yesterday, man. If you guys haven't checked that out, I'll go put a link to that in the chat. We've been breaking down, going through the Reconstruction period and leading into Jim Crow, and really breaking down what's been going on through the legislation and killing a lot of the rhetoric and showing the point of origins where these ideas people have come through about black folks and black men in particular So definitely want to throw that on your playback list when you get time. Let's see, he says when the game starts slowing down. Yeah. Yeah, that's a real phenomenon and it's interesting. And when you learn how to gain better control over that, your breathing, number one, plays an excellent role in helping to address that. But, things, you stop rushing and you learn how to be ahead of the game in a literal sense. And that really plays out in everything, the immediate moment, your everyday life, and all of that.
I've put myself in positions where I've seen people go through some anguish, and I was able to assess their situation and calmly, you know, just help them out or steer them in a choice that they would be better off at this time. And like, I mean, thousands of dollars was on the line. And sometimes, like I said, it's your attitude. And one thing I realized too in sports, um, playing for my teammates, um, the only thing I could control is how I receive. If a group of people or a person brings something to me, I then could control how I receive it. And same thing in kung fu or self-defense. You can control how you receive a punch. You can block it, you can throw him, or you can, whatever you, but it's the same thing when you're dealing with people, relationships, or you're dealing with conflict. um, there's like I said, there's righteous anger, and sometimes it's, but what is the key thing? The key thing is that you receive something by order first to get you're in order, you're in such an order that justice, that's where your choices is coming from.
Well,
That
it's a
is where.
saying. There's a
Mhm.
saying that ties in neatly what you're trying to talk about and describe of respond last, but arrive first.
Mhm. Exactly.
Take some time. It took some time for me to really get that, but I think that's an interesting philosophy. It's what I go off of, especially with this understanding that, self defense is effectively one of the only modalities we have to operate on within this paradigm here in the West, especially if you're melanated. But I'll go ahead and finish up going through some of these acknowledgments. We got Carmichael X, Os, Casey's Spiritual Corner. What's going on? Glad you can make it. Deshaun, Os, I see you, fam. Jamfar 777. Salute, fam. Os. Got Mr. Z. Yeah, check your status, fam. Check your status, fam. We'll chop it up soon. Let's see. Kidari Ismail says, Most High, bless you, gentlemen. Great knowledge and info. Keep up the good works. Indeed, shalom and os. Let's see who else we got here. Double C, os. Ray Hanma, the Hanma Force. Os, what's going on, bruh? Ken Sean says, please like and subscribe. If you are new, please subscribe. Feel free to express your question, add to the conversation. Indeed, share all your social medias, and thank you. Indeed, indeed. Appreciate that, Ken Sean. Let's see. Carl Michael X says, excuse my language, but I'm a little rough on the edges. Been hanging with the. I mean, it is what it is, fam. Ain't nobody over here judging you. We ain't judging you over here. I think that's everything. Let's see, we also, real quick, just got something from Tahuti. I appreciate that, family. Didn't leave a message, but Hotep, appreciate you. And that's also applicable. We were just talking about the moon, and we over here trying to go over some knowledge and information and understanding here. But yeah, to tie it back in, man, this outcome bias, and I'll give another link to that for folks that have come in that may not have seen it. Let's see, copy and paste. Yeah, this outcome bias is very important to understand and respect the tendency to overexpress, man, just because it makes so little sense to not apply an understanding and make a comparison of just because something is possible doesn't mean that not only is it not likely, but it probably isn't necessarily viable. And that is the goal of systems and organizations, to put people in a position to where they can get better outcomes by virtue of increasing the probability of them. From the thermodynamic perspective, you decrease entropy by lowering the potential micro states of a scenario that are in alignment with the outcomes you want to see. Culture and environment are modalities that can help make that happen. And just because you've got a whole bunch of people here just by throwing numbers at a Pareto distribution to say that, they can succeed, usually they're not succeeding because of the environment or because of the culture, but in spite of it all. And we just got another guest coming into the dojo. BGS, glad you could make it, sir. Os.
Oh, had to throw a couple shekels in there with you. So,
Good evening, BGS.
It's
hey,
always a
Genshan, what's
pleasure,
going
fam.
on? Genshan, and what you're saying is because like I said, basically, my major was chemistry, and basically it deals into breaking down, um, uh, learning how everything is basically a system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, everything has a number, everything has an order, everything has a pattern, and in chemistry, you deal in patterns.
Mm.
That's what my mind thinks. I look at patterns and I see what you're looking for is the underlying pattern in just about everything. If you're a chemist
Mm-hmm.
or even physics and chemists, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for patterns. And like I said, there's probability and there's probability and there's possibility. Okay, there's nothing's 100%. Because like I said, we are a matriarchal people. That's like when we always dealing in possibility instead of
Mm.
probability.
Mm-hmm.
Because you even talk to a woman, okay, just because that person is a four, she's a four and she married this good looking wealthy dude, okay, that means it's possible for me to do it. But she doesn't look at the probability of it happening. Like, like so that's one in a billion chances it's going to happen to you.
So
But
you
it doesn't
already
matter.
connecting the dots, BGS.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I just, you hear this so much, not just here. Like, if you look at a majority of, well, you probably got a lot of experience with that when you did BGS for women, but then
Mm-hmm.
you translate that forward and you listen to the language that a lot of guests that came on Kevin's show were saying, and
Yeah,
it's highlighting everything you're talking about.
yeah. You do that in athletics, okay? Is it possible for a good dude that's 5'2" to make it to the NBA? Sure. Okay.
Shout out
But
to
it's
Bugsy, right?
but yeah, but the probability is like one in a million, of all players at best, right? But the thing is that okay, if you're going to overcome if you're going to be that one in a million, what do you have to? You have to work much, 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 much harder to make that happen.
Yes.
Where the
Yes.
guy that's 7'2", okay, the probability of him making to the NBA with a little bit of help is probably almost 100%. It's like 90% if he's 7'2". Okay. The thing is, he doesn't have to work as hard as a guy that's 5'2" because his probabilities are much higher of making it just by genetics because God has already blessed him. And a lot of times we always deal with that, okay, because we don't understand the underlying system. Because if you have to, because I had to train these kids, okay, to play. Okay, you have to take a kid that can barely dribble and make him, make him into a reasonable player. And so you can't go by the possibility; you have to go by the probability. Okay, this is things you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna have to do to be better every day, to be a decent player. You might not gonna make it to the NBA, but if you want to be a decent player, because according to your genetics, that's probably what you're gonna where you're gonna wind up at. And if you want to wind up further, then you're gonna have to, you can't put in 2 or 3 hours in the gym. You got to put in 6, 7, 8, because you have to be
Okay.
that much better.
So BGS, what
Agreed.
happens when you take that same person, right? Same person,
Hmm.
right? Now
Right.
you've got a community that's saying, "Look, you can do it." Like a whole community expecting you. Anime main protagonist kind of deal going on, and
Hmm.
there's resources being set aside to make that happen.
Right.
There's money being spent. You've got
Yeah.
an entire gym calibrated to your particular weaknesses and teaching
Yeah.
you how to overcome them.
Right.
What are these methods that I'm describing?
Yeah.
Ways of increasing the possible
So the
the
probability,
likelihood, right?
yeah, yeah, you increase the likelihood, and that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to take yourself from low probability to a high probability. Okay,
Mm.
that's what you're trying to do. And how can you do that? That same thing it's the same thing in education and business and everything else, right? How can I take, that's really if game guys are really Anybody game dating, whatever it is, and they're really honest with you, that's what they would tell you. Okay, this is what you want. This is the outcome that you want, right? This is the probability that you're going to get there. Okay, how can we increase your probability of getting what you want? And that's the thing you have to focus. What's the how can you increase the probability of getting what you want? Even here in the United States, as Black people, right? Instead of dealing in possibility, we got to deal in probability. What do we have to do to increase the probability of us getting what we want? They did that in civil rights. That's what they did. Okay, that's what they did. They saw the environment and said, how can we increase the probability of us moving this rock? Okay, because the timing is right.
And
Because the
that's
probability is much higher and right now than it was 10 years ago or will be 10 years in the future.
and that's the whole reason why I tied this back again to outcome bias.
Mm-hmm.
Because all people do is they look at the outcome, they go, oh, well, that was in the past. I don't need to know the
Mm-hmm.
history. And they just
Mm-hmm.
start making decisions and have
Right.
no idea the context under which those choices were made.
Yeah.
Because if you can't recognize what you just said, i.e., the timing was correct, this was going on in the environment, X, Y, and Z had just taken place. There were in other circumstances where something would have occurred because it had just happened, the people were
Right.
less responsive. These are windows of opportunity. And it
Mm-hmm.
was that under that kind of context. In other words, it had the proper micro state. Shout out to
Mm-hmm.
chemistry, right? The proper
Yeah.
micro state was
Yeah.
conducive and the
Yeah.
entropy was low enough to
Yeah.
where you could get that
How,
outcome.
in chemistry that we deal with that all the time. In other words, let's take I'm trying to think. Okay, take a battery state, right? You
Yep,
want
go
to
ahead.
take a battery. You want to transfer as much energy uh, from one point to another, right? To get into your system, right? The chemical reaction of the plates, according to the lead acid plates, right?
Mhm.
How do you get as much energy? What proper conditioning? What proper state was actually going to give you the maximum? You know, of charging and recharging, right? And that's the thing is, in other words, what temperature does the battery have to be? Because if it's too cold, guess what? The battery's not going to froze. It's not going to start. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. If it's too hot, it's going to explode. Okay. How do you keep the battery at a proper state? A proper state, a proper liquid level, proper concentration level to get the maximum state. And that's what you concentrate on. You concentrate on the environment of the plates and the acid that's inside the battery and a proper charge going inside the battery. And that's what. So in other words, you got to, just like anything else, and you're getting very good at this, nameless. You have to understand the mechanism so well that you can recognize what's the proper environment and what probabilities you get in the proper in that environment.
And that is precisely why I use again these terms of animating energy and speak
Hmm.
about context
Exactly.
and timing and
Hmm.
identifying what goes into creating any given scenario that we find ourselves in. Because we're not going to be able to get out of this delegation of liability, chicken or the egg, running around in circle spiral scenario that we have going on. What
Hmm.
they don't understand, and to borrow more from thermodynamics, we're in an isolated system now. You know, they have taken they have taken the pot of rice that we are.
Hmm.
And we went from being in a situation where the lid was open, all right, well, at least the burner was on, so we're good. And then they put the lid on the pot
Hmm.
and all right, so we're still warming up. And then they took the burner, they cut the heat to the burner off. And so now we're
Hmm.
just sitting here with this warmth. And if the only thing you know about is when everything was turned on and the top was open, you're thinking everything's fine because you don't
Hmm.
have to have any understanding of the way our system works. We are
Hmm.
not having any new energy being fed into the 80 system. None. It is just a constant state of energy loss and increase in entropy, which
Hmm.
ultimately leads to the rice getting cold.
Or basically if you let it uh, if you let it sit long enough, right, the
Mhm.
rice will disintegrate. Okay, and that's what they're trying to get it to do. The rice is not going to get cold; it's going to disintegrate. Because
Eventually,
what
yeah.
happened with the rice is, eventually enough water will leave the rice to where the rice will solidify. Okay,
Yep.
or at least the grains of rice will come together and stick. Okay, with the oils and the oils in the that's come off the husk will actually come get the rice to come together and actually stick. The thing is that if you leave the water in there with the lid on, eventually you leave it long enough, the rice is going to disintegrate. And
Yep.
so what they're doing, if you cut off the if you cut off the if you cut off the water and you cut off the heat, leave the water and put the lid on and just leave it long. If you leave it long enough, the rice is going to disintegrate.
And that's exactly what's happening to the adosocial complex. Again, in thermodynamics, this is known as an isolated system.
Hmm.
And it's unfortunate because they were deferring to previous states of the system and going, all right, well, it was fine before, but okay, we had the heat going. We also had the lid off. The temperature was much higher. And even though it is still hot, we're still
Hmm.
losing it every freaking second. And, this is the problem with sticking so much so to the micro and not not giving credence to the bigger picture. And
Hmm.
it just boggles my mind how, if it's in your best interest to understand what's going on, why are you overemphasizing the exceptions to such a degree that you would let these exceptions distort your perception of reality and then place that on your children? You know what? I already know the answer to that question. We
Hmm.
look at prosperity preaching, right?
Hmm.
And there's this history of scarcity that our culture has. And when we embed that into our mechanisms of dealing with life, it becomes very easy to see how we consume this prosperity idea,
Hmm.
going back to the possibility of something, because that's exactly the way the religion that was being taught to us was operating on. It's
Hmm.
this: no matter what you do at the end of the day, because such and such is still there, it'll still be okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, especially uh, when the outside system is feeding it to you, piecemeal.
Par for the damn
1800
course.
of them. It's eight
1800. I don't understand the reference.
1800 religions.
Oh,
Oh, he's just talking about, more entropy, right?
well, okay. Religion is actually a natural state because it arises because of the human need to actually uh, because humans can actually look to the future. It's unsure, and it's a way of assuaging anxiety for human beings looking to the future. In other words,
Understood.
either taking it out of taking it out of your hands and putting it in the hands of something unknown, or believing that the unknown entity has your best interest at heart in the future. Okay, human beings have a forward looking mentality, wherever that came
Mhm.
from. It's God, it's nature. No matter knows where it is, but you're gonna human beings have always created a God, always.
Look at
So,
uncertainty. Look at it as a tool to deal
uncertainty.
with uncertainty, because
Mm-hmm.
uncertainty is essentially the same as entropy. So
Mm-hmm.
if there's greater opportunities and we know we're trying to get to a certain micro state of acceptance and knowledge, then we need to apply a tool that helps us eliminate extra macro states of existence. We just leave it to God, then, there we go. That's all we got to do. We can take, it's more gynometry. Take all these other variables of possibility and just multiply them by
And
zero. There
that's
you go.
exactly, that's the possibility of you, because someone died for you, you'll be saved. Or and I think that's lazy. And that's the possibilities that they're looking forward to when we're looking for making ourselves able to have probability.
Well, you're gonna either call it lazy or most people being insane. Which one do you want?
Right. It definitely scratches an itch, because I don't know
Yes.
if people cognitively would be able to function in more regular society.
How how
Sounds sound like it's
how you gonna deal with the possibility and the knowledge of your own death? Where animals don't deal with that, we do. How you gonna keep people from going nuts?
people got to have a goal to aim towards,
Yeah, I
man.
tell you, boy, they start building. Well, look what happened 40 days and 40 nights, allegedly.
40 days and 40 nights comes from the flooding of the Nile.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Where
But
you
I
think
mean, you can
that's
see the
where it
lesson
came
they
from?
want to try to flip
Yeah.
out of that. The whole generational cleansing, the
Uh,
changing
cl-
nine
uh,
months thing.
any cleanse is 40. Is either is in 40. Anytime you see the number 40, that's a cleanse. That's a
Yeah.
purge. Okay, whether it's
Mm.
40 days and 40 nights, which is the cleansing of the Nile. On the banks of Egypt, that's where it comes from. 40 years in the wilderness, which is
Yeah.
a generation or two that
Yep.
cleanses the old populations where there's no knowledge of the old order. You know that's been used. The purge has been the purge or cleansing has been used forever. Okay, look at what Mao did when he first took power. It took him 40 years. Okay,
Yep.
and went taking power to actually get a new order in 2 generations to get a new order in under
Right.
communism.
Right.
So that's anytime you see 40, the number 40, that's a purge.
BGS, I have a question.
Hmm.
Now that we've allowed, and by legislation, we've allowed these groups of people who have like more bills passed in Senate and Congress than the straight couple.
Okay, what talking about? What groups of people? You talking about um, talking about LGBTQ?
Yeah, right. LGBTQ, and then
They've been around. They've been in Western society for 3,500 years.
so when
It's not new.
democracy, by history, as we know, like democracy falls after certain things take place, and then
Hmm.
democracy starts to fall. I want you to fill in that because
Democracy is either on slave based, okay, as the old democracy was, where the upper class voted and had certain rights and privileges, or basically what is it's machine based. You couldn't have what we call a modern democracy without the Industrial Revolution, okay, because you had feudalism until then. And democracy, you got to go back and look at what democracy as we know it is, where it comes from, right? Where the modern demos come from. It actually comes from the social contract. Okay, you didn't have a democracy before the idea of a social contract or the idea of liberalism. That's like you have to go back and look at Gigi's series on the social contract coming from Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau. The modern idea of what we call democracy, which didn't get fulfilled until the 1840s when you had universal male suffrage. Okay, you didn't have a democracy in 1776, right? Because what? How many people voted?
Very few, because you needed to have land as a stipulation for
And
that.
so you had what? Maybe 5-6% of the population
Yeah, it's
vote.
pretty small.
Okay, you didn't have real democracy according to what democracy is until 1840.
And I
mm,
think that's important because, that begins the question of the idea of citizenship and what kind of characteristics an individual should have. So, when we enter into the picture, folks that are coming off the prison industrial, well, the pretty much slavery,
Hmm.
we're deemed as not being viable and credible to be able to participate in that system. And when
Yeah.
you get these black codes that come in, that's used as a justification to try to eliminate us from that process.
free but not equal. 1965.
Well, the thing is
Well,
that
that's
the thing is what the United States tried to do was sell democracy to the rest of the world.
right.
In
Well,
other
really, it
words,
was selling liberalism. But go ahead, go ahead.
well, liberalism. Well, what is liberalism? Where does it come from?
Well, we're talking about the same thing. So I'm saying that was just the more recent apparatus under which it's pushing this concept of democracy,
Yeah, yeah,
as
liberal democracy.
right,
Okay,
right.
okay, because you can have a communist democracy or an authoritarian democracy that works the same way. Okay, where everybody has a vote, sort of. Okay,
We got Souch that just joined us.
Sauchi, what's
Good
going on,
evening.
man?
What's good,
Good
fam?
evening. Good evening.
So
Us.
so basically, and that's if you go back and actually just instead of perusing the civil rights, man, really, if you really want a shortcut to what the civil rights was about in their tactics, right? Go look at the movie Selma. Shortcut. Okay. What did they say? Why did they put it on TV? Because United States was trying to sell liberal democracy to the rest of the world, right? And everybody points back, how you gonna sell this shit to us? And basically, you have the Negro that's supposed to be citizens that have had their rights and voting rights since for 100 years, but they can't vote or they can't have the same rights as you. So, in other words, what you're selling is the individualist uh, uh, democracy, the individual liberalism, where everybody's supposed to have this exact same rights endowed by God is bullshit.
Yep.
So they had to change that. Yeah, basically Eisenhower knew it because he looked at it. All the Fabian socialists knew it. You can't sell this shit to the rest of the world unless you solve the Negro problem.
To this day, we're still dealing with that mess, which is why BLM got so much traction internationally, which
Hmm.
surprised me. But the irony is that probably was more effective overseas than it was domestically, especially with the way it forced a lot of folks to basically they pulled the United States accountability card. There was no real covering that up. People were very disgusted to see how just basic things were being managed over here. Yet
Hmm.
people were presenting foreign policy with the audacity of here's this method that works, and if you want to be
Hmm.
up to date with us, you got to follow it.
Yeah.
And it's like, how you
Yeah.
gonna tell us to do that? And you got folks getting killed
Yeah.
over,
Yeah.
cigarettes.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
nah.
that's
Broad
that,
daylight.
that's why the two people you got to read to understand this shit. And I wish I had known it, but your betters don't always teach you to, because that's white man's history, right? It's Fukushima's book, The End of History, and Mearsheimer's books, okay, about liberalism.
Next on that, that's
BGS is Sama with an SAMA.
Selma,
yeah,
Selma,
Selma.
Alabama.
SELMA.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Selma.
that's probably the best movie she ever made, and she was spot on.
See, we got
because
brother
Wow.
she because
Charles C.
she dealt with the underlying politics instead of the marches and stuff like that. The marches were just part of it. But she dealt with the underlying why and the underlying tactics that they're actually using, which is the same tactics that Gandhi used, and similar. In
That's
fact, there's a new book out called
Yeah,
about that.
that
yeah,
word actually is a great right. Real quick, that word why. One of the things that I did when I find myself in having more opportunities, more doors to open, is I know my who and my why, and my
Hmm.
who and my why is so important. I'm glad you said that, PGS. I just wanted to say that, nameless.
we got no problem, fam. We got BR Charles Z. He says, "Man, not page 140," and he quotes, "Du Bois saw the shadow of death come for his son. Blame me not if I see the world this darkly through the veil." Kind of talking about bigger picture of how we're seeing internationally. But Sauchi, man, glad to have you up. Did you want to talk about something we brought up or introduce another topic? Again, this is an open dojo, so you know.
Now, continue on. One thing that I don't hear enough about that uh, rings with me every day, and BJ said this a few years ago, about environment, culture, subculture, and then you. I think when people grasp that, I think it would be simpler or easier for people to digest reality and what's going on. Well, if they're willing to actually self-reflect and do the work on whatever they need to read about his various things of history and various policies. And I think that's the big disconnect, because people don't want to do the work first and
Nope.
foremost.
Mm.
uh but definitely the environment, culture, subculture, and I think that really encapsulates. You can put that anywhere and work your way backwards and forwards, personally.
Yep.
Yeah, I could see that.
Well, basically, what I'm finding out is the system is working as intended.
Yeah, I say that all the time. People say, oh, it's broken. No, it's not broken. There are policies.
Hmm.
It's working fine. It's
It's
not
working
working
fine.
for you.
Yes. Yeah.
There it
That's how
is,
come they
right
got
there.
upset about us kind of bucking up against the Democrats. Okay, wait a minute. You ain't supposed to do that.
Well,
You ain't supposed to do that. Wait a minute. You're not supposed to ask for anything. You're supposed to take what's given to you.
yeah, the code's breaking.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because it kills the possibility of any good faith discourse to try to solve these problems, because everybody then introduces their own unique trauma they received from the system, their
Hmm.
own trajectory of nonsense, and everybody was expecting all of these traditional outcomes using modern tools. And I'm like, fam, really? You got entire watermelon seeds in your hand and you're complaining about not having dates.
I can actually see.
God
you ain't
damn.
you ain't shit, nameless, but that's okay.
I can actually see the day like a Candace Owens gets an interview with or speaks with Dennis Burling in the background, because I see the heart that she has for just those issues of ADOS and what Dennis Sperling is capable of, I think those two will make like fire in that. You don't think so, BGS?
You gotta understand who Candace Owens actually is. She's an
Yeah,
opportunist.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Candace Owens, the only way Candace Owens is gonna be with Dennis Sperling because she has somebody else she wants to shit on. Okay.
Yeah.
I think she agrees with most of his, because I listen to her. She
Fam, do you understand where she came from, number one? And do you understand her pattern of behavior?
Mm-hmm.
She's literally she's an opposite but equal to the synthetic one. She's just on a different trajectory. That's the only difference.
Let me ask you a question, Nameless. You think she exposed Black Lives Matter by wearing like White Lives Matter?
We exposed Black Lives Matter back in 20. I did that by myself back in 2017, 2018,
2016,
2018. It was right there. Basically, the far right had already exposed it and gave you all the donors and everything. All you had to do is put it out there. And once you put it out there and it started to spread,
I remember around that time. Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
But I think like
I
her
did
and
that by
Kanye,
myself because
right? But
nobody was
her and
paying.
Kanye have the followers to.
It does. Fam, they're being sued already. What do you want? Her and Kanye? They've been sued already. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't follow up with it.
They have a lawsuit. They have lawsuits going left and right about Black Lives Matter. Okay, their three founders.
Oh, I thought you meant White Lives Matter for wearing those shirts. I thought they had lawsuits for those.
No.
Okay, man. All right, man.
No.
That's right. You got to understand the why, man. Okay, you're way behind.
Yeah, because again, that's why I keep the importance of history, right?
Okay.
You need to look at who she is, why she's there, what animated her, and what's driving her. The key word again is opportunism. What's the nature of seizing opportunity? Whenever things line up, you exploit using as much force as possible in a very short moment, and then you fall back to your SOP.
Yeah.
Right.
You got to remember, Candace Owens. Candace Owens will be on your side today, basically, knifing you in the back tomorrow. You got to understand that.
Trying to claim everybody's an incel or something, and how dangerous you are, like that bullshit. People need to watch out for that okie doke.
Yeah.
And all it takes is one referral to some obscure person you don't even know, or somebody they planted in the space that just flips their rogue switch, and that's a wrap. So that's why
because I see them actually propping her up for like a presidency running.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Are you serious? No, I think what it is you're looking at too much social media content sensationalizing her.
Okay. Why would they prop her up for a presidential run? Who's their constituents?
She doesn't.
No.
I don't know.
Don't help him.
I don't know, but I do know she has that.
No. You threw it out there. Who is her constituents? Who's her following? And why? Who's going to actually elect her? Because you need what? You need at least 150 million people to get you elected. Who's going? Where's that going to come from?
I think Candace could get some of the, maybe about 50 million of the Republican base.
No. Who? She's black. She's a black woman on top of that. Who? Candace Owens is not well liked even amongst the Republicans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, you got to compare her to somebody that even had resources, even though she was goofy. Like, line her up next to Sarah Palin. Like, what factions within the Republican Party would even support that?
Right.
Seriously,
but for ADOS, she's not a good candidate at all.
Do you understand how?
Not a good candidate around.
Okay. I mean, what I'm saying is,
she's at the forefront.
No.
Okay, Kenshawn, come on, man. Think, okay? Don't just throw it out there, okay? You have to stay, okay? Well, I want you to think, man. I don't want you to feel, because you're feeling right now. Think, okay? Logically, okay? Has she ever had office?
No.
Has she ever run for anything before?
No.
Does she have any experience running for anything?
No.
Does she have a lot of money? Does she have, other than being a pundit, what does she really do?
Yeah, she's basically a good side. She's basically above like some media channels, I guess, in some aspects. That's it.
And you're gonna go from where she is all the way to the highest office in the land. That's a long stretch, right? Okay, that's what he was just talking about. That's what Name was just talking about: possibility versus
Yeah, that's a
probability.
possibility versus probability. Yeah.
But the difference is so profound, it's almost silly. Like, let me just give you an example of probability. Line her beside Michelle Obama.
Yes.
Who do
Oh,
you think would have a better opportunity, right? Like, and like, let me be clear, like, Michelle Obama doesn't really have that good of a chance, but compared to
Oh,
Candace Owens,
ooh, ooh,
she,
see,
well, let me take that back, only because she comes with a package with Obama. But let's pretend Obama didn't exist
okay, it
and
didn't
just
exist. Yeah,
isolate those two, right?
yeah.
mhm.
Like,
Hmm.
before we add the Obama modifier to it,
Okay. Oh
like,
yeah,
even Michelle Obama got a better chance than she does.
Yeah.
yeah.
People would be insulted to even add Candace's name next to Michelle Obama.
Probably
It's
Ron Paul will win.
You know how many white people that are white women in the Republican Party, uh, uh, as we speak, would actually choke if we even mention Candace Owens before them.
Right,
Mm.
right.
Are
There's,
you
there's no
kidding?
way. And
Mm.
again, so, and that's another thing, I guess, about government, man. And I ain't gonna put that out there. I'll put it in the back
Okay.
channel. You saw the email, right, BGS?
Yeah.
So you saw my response, and I stand on it, man. Like, I really think we don't appreciate the levels at which we interface with things. And as a case to prove my point, I look at Ferguson and I get
Hmm.
very upset when I look at that scenario that went down and I see this pattern repeated everywhere. Where
Hmm.
here we are with the majority black district,
Hmm.
but the district is disrespectfully gerrymandered. It's got pretty much almost all of the black population in one ward out of the possible five,
Hmm.
and there's absolutely no representation on any of the boards that actually do the decision making to disseminate the resources that they get from the state.
Hmm.
And every single person that's there is an American citizen, has the ability to run for these offices, and is entitled to a percentage of those resources. But
Hmm.
everyone is getting money except that. And to
Hmm.
me, it's like, what is that besides a damn plantation with some goddamn air conditioning?
And why do you live there
yeah.
if you're
Going back to what
oppressed?
we talked about yesterday, with
Hmm.
that whole situation with the Equal
Hmm.
Opportunity, Equal Housing Act, and the misappropriation of that. Like, this is all within the people living there's ability to change, but
Hmm.
under what form of instruction and understanding are they mobilizing under? And it's pretty much the same gynocratic model.
Yeah, they're comfortable living they're comfortable living in that structure.
So there's no amount of money you can throw at that.
Yeah.
There's
No.
no amount of, even political arguing and conversation you can even have. It has to be
Yeah.
a understanding from the ground up of what the hell it means to be a citizen
Yeah.
and what it means to be a part of your community on a local level
And,
so that you can take initiative and be a part of that decision-making process.
yeah. And what you basically what you saw in Ferguson was the young men, the young black men that had enough.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And that's what happened in 1967, right? 66, 67. It caused the Kerner Commission. It wasn't the women, it was the young men that saw their future and saw what was going on, and saw that they weren't getting their proper representation from either side. From not only but on the white, so what we call the white oppressor, the white structure, but also the black folks are inside of it. They said, "Fuck
Mhm.
it, we can't get no satisfaction. We're going to the streets." In Ferguson, they went to the streets.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, they Ferguson went to the streets. I don't know what they did in Ferguson as far as redress of grievances to calm them down. But the thing is that
They play
it.
gospel music on the radio is what they
Well,
freaking
the
did.
thing the thing is the thing is this is why the black women undermine the boys, because basically what those young men should do is get on a bus and leave.
Yep.
I
Okay,
yeah.
if you want to be there, you want to live under this fund, and you guys good with this, guess what? I'm good with it too. So guess what? I'm gonna get on the bus and leave, which is what
Immigration.
which is what happened with the black migration, right?
Yep.
It was young men getting on and say, you know what? I understand that you're comfortable under this system and whatnot, right? I'm gonna get on the bus and leave. It was young men getting on buses and getting in cars and leaving.
That's right. It's because it goes back to nature. It's men that create the culture or terraform the environment. Women do
Hmm.
not do that.
They can't. Yeah.
So within the black community in America, when you have the females in a position of supposed leadership, you shouldn't
Yeah,
expect
it,
much.
it ain't supposed to. Okay, it's not.
Hey,
It
Yeah,
ain't
it's supposed
supposed.
to
I
be
mean, they
that way.
literally are. But and this is, and that's why we're where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine, I mean, just think about it. Imagine women going to war with other countries against men. What do you
I,
think is going to happen?
I would say this though, like we have to go to our mayors, tea parties, delegates. We have to go to the House floor, write bills by our own local communities, and cross-check them with different states, counties, and then send them to Congress. I mean, as much as we listen to, because that's why I denounce hip
You
hop.
you
I
you s-
denounce.
you can send a
Damn, that's
bill.
got nothing
You
to
can
do with hip
you,
hop.
you can send the
Not gonna
bills
work.
all. You can send bills all day to Congress, and they do all the time, right? Unless you get a popular groundswell to where people are actually gonna change, actually affect something, right? You have to start affecting things on the ground where people are going to get tired of it. They're going to go in a
That's
different
right.
direction. They're not going to participate. They're
Yep.
not going to listen to you. Okay,
Yes.
there's bills in man. We read it, man. There's about 50 bills in Congress they're dealing with black men. Okay, don't go nowhere. Okay, ain't gone nowhere in like 10 years. Why? Because there's no groundswell. There's no momentum. There's no push to get that stuff done. They have no reason to get it done.
And this is
Mm,
why you have to have things like precedents. Number one, you need to have these proof of concepts. You need to have lobbying power to inspire people to get into these positions that are going to more likely vote in your favor. And we go
Yes.
back again to what it takes to build up to that. Remember when I was talking about kidno sen and the idea of learning
yes.
how to be before your environment so you
Right.
can make that happen. And when you
Yeah.
expand that concept out to the macro scenario and making strategy over time, that's how you set the groundwork for it.
I believe one day we will get there.
I
One day.
mean, again, we can't use hope. We need to take
Okay.
initiative
You
now
got to
to
be
look.
practical.
What's it? So what is one? I always say, so what is one day? Give me. One day means nothing to me. One day
Right.
could be
We
when
shall
Jesus
overcome.
returns. Yeah.
Right.
What's one day?
Hotep.
Also, shout out to Mrs. E's on the panel. Glad to have you, fam.
What's going on, yo? What's going
Yeah,
on?
it's one day to get where?
We don't know, man.
I know.
Maybe in the big house.
We
We
got a
gonna get
lobby,
we
obviously.
gonna
We
get a
got a
new
lot of
rug on the
lobbying,
floor.
man.
We gonna
Yeah,
upgrade.
and
We gonna upgrade from cornmeal to quinoa. Is that it?
Yeah.
and,
No,
and,
but
and, and where you gonna get that lobbying money?
You don't need
but
lobbying money. You
No,
yeah.
but I'm
okay.
asking him because that's what he's making that statement. What is required if you want to be heard amongst those with power?
You have to have one or two things, Salchi. You got to have either have money or people.
Exactly. And
Okay.
Mm.
that's what I
Which
was
one do
gonna
you
say.
have?
So if we don't move, if we're not moving as a unit, or enough of us aren't moving or not making certain decisions, and not spending on certain things, or diverting money to certain places, then they're going to listen. That is how
It
power works now.
it's kind of hurtful to know that there's over like 40, 50 bills, like BGS said, that has been presented to Congress on black men and for
It,
whatever it is we want, and it's
it
just stayed right. It's just
it's not
astonishing, man.
it's not in favor of black women.
Yeah.
Period. And then there are more black women than black men, and
Yeah.
some 98% of them automatically vote Democrat. Do you
Now,
understand that?
They
yeah,
vote
you
for
Like,
know,
So,
I
they
got
vote for
oh
insulted
my
when
interests.
God.
I got insulted because I was on a panel. I'm not going to even mention the name, but the thing is, they said we should get behind a certain person as far as the electorate, so we can so that the women could get a slice of the pie and we can get crumbs from the pie.
yes.
And I said, did you just hear what you just said?
They
Crazy.
don't care. They don't
Yeah,
care.
Yes.
And then you're the monster when you point out the fact that, look, y'all are still copying and pasting and gaining all of this advantage from having hijacked Title VII. Meanwhile, we're just supposed to sit back and pretend that in this kind of scenario, we can just John Henry ourselves to these outcomes you claim you want, where we're these breadwinning, initiate having individuals that take
Yeah.
charge of a community that you're essentially raising because we're being locked out of
Correct.
the rearing process in the first place when it
Yeah.
comes to these children that's supposed to be making and filling these spots up. Are you serious?
Yeah,
And they just kind of look at you sideways.
I look. That's why I always go back to remember the movie Misery. where she broke his ankles.
I don't think I saw that.
Go
No.
back and
Yes, I
go back.
remember that movie.
Remember where she hobbled him because she didn't want him to leave, right? Because
Right,
he was
right.
getting healthy and he could at any moment he could get up, he could actually leave and walk out and leave
She
her,
would
right?
she would re-break him.
He broke his ankle so he couldn't walk. She wanted him compromised so he couldn't leave, right? So what we really have, if you look at all the bills that have gone down over the past 60 years, right? All the stuff that's gone down over the past 60 years, right? They've hobbled black men and black boys. They've taken the assets that should have gone to you to help your family, and then they turn around and blame you like you did something. And I'm kind
Correct.
of getting tired of it. That's like I did the math ain't mathing, right? I
Yeah.
said, look at this, right? I said that's why I went to Generation X. Okay, you already got Title VII, or the Title VII with the white women, but you also got Title IX, and you got a portion of that, right? You got affirmative action more than black men just from Title IX, right? Title VII,
Yep.
right? And then turn around in 1996, right, when they reformed the welfare bills, right, and it took the welfare away from you. Guess what they did? They
And
also
crime
gave you
bill.
another affirmative action by placing you in jobs and giving you grants and placing you to get education, right? And so guess what? 25 years later, that's how come your chart looks like that, where the women are actually making more money than the men. It doesn't come out of nowhere. You can trace
Correct.
it all the way back to this shit. You can trace it back to the start. How can you not give money and give funds and give resources to one side and expect it not to be lopsided on the other side? Like men's supposed to just
But
magically
BGS,
equalize out.
BGS, we all came from the same environment, so I don't understand what the problem is. I don't get it.
It's I mean I see it. I mean, if you go again, this goes back to history again. If you are going again, because people don't understand power, if you are going to war and you're very strategic, I mean, we're talking old days before missiles, all this other stuff that we got going on now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go head up with the men, or would it be wise to control their women and their children? Because now you cut off the next generation moving forward, and you can kill them slowly now.
We stated
what's going on. That's not
You
going. That's what has already
you
happened.
see the assumption that they're your women, okay, is
Exactly.
a false one. Okay.
Yes.
They
Exactly.
were always were, and if you go back and read the literature, they always were masters women.
Oh,
Okay.
exactly. And
But
this is
concubines
why
and
black men don't understand here. They don't get it.
concubines from the product of war, which is why I keep saying we're in a status that is much more amalgamated and closely related to being prisoners of war. And in a lot of instances, displaced persons, especially when you see the mishandling of these Reconstruction era amendments, which means, again, we're stuck with this misunderstanding of our relationship to one another, more specifically as it pertains to a power dynamic. And it becomes extra disingenuous because at the end of the day, we get charged for having a patriarchy when
Which
there
we
was
never
never
did.
one in place in the first
Never
place
had
that was
Yeah.
black.
Yeah.
And then on top of all of that, we've got this false egalitarianism where we're supposed to be producing patriarchal outcomes. Again, one we've never had, followed
Mhm.
by this 50-50 doctrine, which they actually don't want and resent you for. And when we actually do it, we still get punished for it.
And
It's
that's
abuse.
why the young guys are saying, you know what, the rig gang. Guess what I'm going to do?
They're gone.
They're leaving. I don't blame them.
Passports.
Let me go ahead and introduce Z here. He just came up. Z, you can go ahead and make your intro. And then if you like, once you've said what you wanted to say, we can address the question T. Riddler put to us on the panel.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon and night. Excuse my background. Um, right. I came up mainly because I was trying to find my way in the conversation, and when we got into the conversation of Candace Owens, it just reminded me of something I said a little while ago, which is like, be careful what you're willing to do for spite. So what I heard going on the panel was kind of projecting a particular outcome or result that you want because of the environment, right? And because of some of our kind of where black men find themselves at currently. So for me, it's that's what I came to respond to. Candace Owens is not a candidate. I don't see her running for anything more than maybe possibly ever, if given the best opportunity ever, local office. but president level, that's just not a thing. Like
I,
BGS was saying, she's not
I
even
don't.
liked in the Republican
I
Party.
don't. I don't even see her as a president. But we was talking about like like I know for sure Dennis talks a lot about ADOS, and I'm sure he's developing some insight so he can look into it more. But when you talk about another person that would go very hard for ADOS, I was saying who could team up with Dennis.
You wouldn't want Candace, is
You
what
don't
we were
want
saying.
her.
You
Yeah.
don't want Candace.
She would
She's
literally be
Okay,
duplicitous as
who?
hell. That's what we're trying to tell
Okay,
you.
she would literally be a forced nullifier in that scenario, and like even
mm,
her reputation would precede her, with regards to that. Plus, BGS can tell you a bit more about it because it's happening where he's at now. California is making some valiant efforts towards things like reparations at the moment, and there's some conversations that's being had that's really not being publicized. But
mhm.
these councils are happening on a regular basis. You can catch them on occasion.
I followed some on Twitter.
But if you know Candace Owens' origin story, her origin story was her turning her back on the left. Like if you know her story, if you know how her family sued her school because some racist boys call her the N word and was bullying her and taunting her on the phone and stuff like
Yeah,
that and
that's
on
how
the
she
internet.
blew up.
Yeah. So yeah, she came in the door duplicitous. So and all I'm saying is just be careful because I know we want certain outcomes and we sometimes see things or project things because of what we would like to see. And I temper myself and my expectations when it comes to stuff like that, especially from characters such as Candace Owens. Like, nah, bro, trust me, you don't want that.
Yeah.
So you think Kanye would be a bad candidate for ADOS?
What?
Okay.
Damn, come on.
No.
Don't even entertain it. Look, let's go to the question. God damn. So we got T. Willer. He asked TMP in the panel, what's your thoughts on the up-and-coming Emmett Till movie portraying the mother as the victim versus Emmett Till?
You only matter because you're attached to a woman. Next. I'm playing. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Isn't that the story of BLM? Like literally?
I'm saying, bro.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, so I remember, if I'm not mistaken, because I remember listening to some elders speak one time, and they were I think they were talking about either Hillary Clinton or some white woman of note, prominence, speaking to a bunch of black women, and the way she was speaking to them was as if black men only matter because of black women. Like, oh, your money is getting lost, like you lost your wallet, like you're losing your black men, like that type of thing, right? Like you have no agency or autonomy, you are not independent, nothing about you matters if it's not in conjunction to black women. And I think you see that in how black women, black LGBTQ, even straight black men, these people that call themselves intersectional feminists, even though they have wives and nuclear families and normal families, you see them virtue signaling that particular direction because it's in the atmosphere and everybody knows it, right? So yeah, I mean, that's me kind of answering his question. The Emmett Till movie, yeah, that's, and then centering the mother, which she has a particular story. I don't want to not talk about it, but centering her, yeah, and her the victim. Well, all right, yeah, okay. Anyway, I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah,
isn't
man,
that
because
whole meme? Men die, women suffer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I
Valar Morghulis.
never understood why that pattern of events. I mean, I do, but it's frustrating that people won't acknowledge that this pattern of events exist. In situations where men die, women suffer, but the focus gets placed on the suffering of women. And the fact that the boys are dying is completely skipped over. For example, that goofy situation where we saw feminism mobilized to get, some African warlord killed. Countless men and boys died in that scenario. And, I wouldn't wish sexual assault on anybody, but the implications of that gets placed on these girls that are out there, and that's enough to have the military mobilize.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if that doesn't speak to kind of what I'm mentioning with hive theory, and the inevitable conclusion where the real power of human beings is going to be placed on those that don't have a Y chromosome as far as the masses go. This is how you get something so gynocentric as to mimic that critical mass of people, 90+% being female and non-reproducing. And, you project that out and you take a look at what's happening now with the conversion of folks with the Y chromosome identifying with being female. I
Yeah.
mean, it's just it's insane. Like the
And
rate.
that's why I said merit is loss. So what you have now is these new ways of looking at valuing something, which comes with a new judgment. So you really can't say that's bad or that's inherently wrong or something's wrong with you. You have a mental problem. You have to say, leave that group of people alone. In fact, if that's a slander, you will be fined or in prison. And that is the merit being lost. Meanwhile, they're making up new rules every day. And that is and for me, we have to either make it, because like BGS said, it seems like none of our bills are getting to the doorstep of Congress. What do we do as a people? Because I'm telling you now, our little boys are not learning. It takes about 30 years a generation.
It's not what we do as a people, it's what we do as men. That's where we're at right now. That's the reality. There is no waiting. There is no trying to convince black women. You move forward, and those who don't come with you, you leave them behind. It's that bad. I'm literally, and I'm just really, I guess mentally, I'm really good with reality. And I've been like this as a child. Generally speaking, it's over for the black community. Most people don't understand that. Where we're at, it's over.
Hip hop has taken
It was way before
No,
hip hop.
it's got
Oh my
nothing to
God.
do with
Yeah.
hip hop. Nothing to do with hip hop. Yeah, and just so you know, for the future, man, trying to place hip hop, you need to be more specific. Are you talking about the industry commercially that tries to market a certain image? Are you talking about the actual culture under which it was derived?
Hip hop is a mirror, man.
Right,
hip hop is a mirror.
It's got nothing.
Correct.
I saw the birth of hip hop, man, all the way through. I'm old enough to actually have seen it from the ground up. Okay,
Yep.
Hip hop is a mirror. Okay, gangster rap is a mirror. They were talking about what was going on at the time. They weren't making this shit up.
That's right.
They didn't cause the culture to do anything. The culture was going in that direction anyway.
It's no different than a logical progression of the blues into a lot of those modalities. Yeah. Black folks have always used music and other things like this to reflect our environment, which is why the blues and jazz are a great window to understand the time period that the music was being created under.
And not to mention,
play a lot of noise.
Yeah,
and not to mention, if you actually look at the numbers, who are the largest consumers of rap?
Mm-hmm.
And
white people.
Thank you. So that
it's global now. It's global.
Yep.
So when Nameless was speaking, I was going to say, don't push me because I'm close to the edge, because that is a natural progression of blues music, literally blues. Right? So like, yeah. So
it's just
so as men, what do we denounce? We have to denounce something if we're leading this progression, right? What do we denounce? Because we have to start denouncing shit.
In other words, first thing that's what the ministry has been good at, man. Getting to the bottom of what the actual truth is, right?
Yes.
So you present the truth. This is what the truth is, right? This is what the truth is, and this is what's happening. Okay. So if you don't want to go along with the truth and don't want to actually to tend to our needs, we got two choices. We're gonna stay and suffer or leave. We good, Nameless?
Nah, we got some goofiness in the back chat. I think.
All right.
Yeah. Let me get rid of him. Deuces. I'm just gonna kick. Here we go.
All right.
We will add that, and we're back. Okay, we should be good. Sorry about that. Yeah, I did deal with the goofiness.
Yeah. BGSU's talking about denouncing.
It's not about denouncing, man. We're not denouncing anything. What we're doing is we're actually promoting the truth. We're not denouncing nothing. Okay?
Exactly.
Let's say we denounce trap music or
murder. You're missing the point. See, here's the thing. When you make a posture like that, what it sounds like you're doing is you're internalizing the arguments that, and I call it the David Dukes, that whole bootstrap rhetoric that makes an outside looking in examination of the African American disposition and creates these talking points that try to look at the lowest common denominator that damn near has nothing to do with nothing and blame the outcomes of the Black
I can
community
agree
on
with
that.
that,
Okay,
but
so
I
if you
still think.
understand, but listen to
Mhm,
what I'm saying. If you, how
mhm.
does it, listen, you know how this works. If somebody right now wants to make music that's talking about something that's positive, like we'll entertain your thought, right? What processes have to be done in order for some of that to become mainstream? Do you think that the average person that's actually skilled is just going to get found by a producer and they're going to get put out on the mainstream media just because they're skilled? Is that how you think that works for real?
No,
Okay, so if we already understand that there's a modality of filtering that's going on, do the majority of these individuals that make that decision and pull the switch, do you think they're of ADOS descent at all?
possibly not.
Hell
Okay.
no.
So
Overwhelmingly not. So
Hell
if
no.
we don't have any corporations, if we don't have any industry, if we don't control the distribution, how does that work? And then and before you even answer that question, that's more rhetoric. I want to ask you the real question. Who is the number one consumer of that product?
Whites.
Okay. So why are you using that as something that even needed to be denounced in the context when we're talking about addressing a problem systematically?
And I wanted to add to what Nameless saying by
Mm.
saying you're speaking about the symptoms, not the cause. And
Yes.
you'll never a lot of this, and that's why sometimes you see me get frustrated when we talk about respectability politics and how people counterculture and all of that other stuff, because it's as as if we see the symptoms and that's what we want to attack, or that's what we want to poo poo, or that's what we want to shame. But the cause and the actual systematic issues that Black people are dealing with, Black men in particular are dealing with, I think maybe we think it's too big or it's too long and arduous of a task, and so we leave that alone, right? Or we
So
speak
we
about that
should.
tacitly, but you're not going to, essentially what I'm saying is you're not going to get rid of trap music until you address the issues that created it in the first place and not perpetuate it.
Right. So
We do okay. In basic, go back and look at, I forget what her name is. Right? They denounced gangster rap in '93.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Gore and them. Yeah,
Yeah.
Gore, whatever. What was the lady's
yeah.
name?
NWA.
Gore's
Pop,
wife. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
was
no, no.
it
Typical
Dole?
Gore, but what's the black lady's name? I forget her name. Right?
Hmm.
They denounced it in '93. Right?
Mhm.
What good did it do?
It literally made it worse.
Made it worse.
The whole situation got me. In fact, that was off the back of, wasn't it Bob Dole that said that goofiness in a press conference, and then
Hmm.
that's where the actual term ended up catching up steam because the media took that term and ran with it.
They ran with it. Yeah.
So, like, again, rap has nothing to do with it. It's nothing but a mirror, and people want to shoot the messenger all the time, no pun intended, and that's how we get there. You know
that's
what?
understandable.
And all I'm gonna say is, they've got drill rap over in Africa right now,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna say this right now: that shit is fire. I don't give a damn what nobody's saying.
And look,
It's
look.
fire, and ain't nobody.
To add to what Nameless is saying, look, I spent a good year listening to British drill music and grime music. Okay, so and I agree with Nameless. That shit is fire too.
Yes, it is.
Right? I don't know what the Canadians got going on, but I agree with Nameless.
You mean like I forgot what they call it. That's when they're rapping in the basement face to face, right?
No,
I
no,
have
no,
no
no,
idea
no, no,
what it
no.
is.
You're talking about
No.
type of battle rap. No, I'm talking about
No.
simply what was coming, because it. I agree with Nameless. It is a reflection of the environment, and like
Yes.
you
Yeah.
can't get rid of that stuff until because notice what we're saying. Nameless mentioned South Africa. I mentioned Britain. We're talking about America also. I mentioned Canada also. Do you see a pattern here? I guarantee you, if we understood Portuguese, there's some fire ass music coming out of Brazil too, from mainly the
Right.
poorer, blacker
Go,
people.
Right.
go back and look at the color revolutions in the Middle East, right? Okay.
Hmm.
Basically, what were they using? Using hip hop.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Mm, mm,
In
That's
fact,
a fact.
you need to take into consideration how many times you've got folks that were inspired by a lot of the messages that we're actually seeing. That's why most deaf can move out the country and have a spot to go, for
Yep.
example.
mm,
Even when the
mm.
US government don't even want them here. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is just
Yes,
how we
there's a
communicate.
lot of positive patterns that came out of it. There is and
So
I
keep
should not
on.
right. I should not blame the art itself because it is a mirror. I should blame it's not the symptoms either, but we should now go.
Remember when we talk about the telling you to actually understand the why something happens. See,
Right.
you focusing on the what, okay,
Mhm,
and not the why.
mhm, mhm.
Look at
And the
the
why is we got to get
environment.
back to the mayors and get back to.
No, you have
No,
to look
come
at
on. Yeah,
the
listen,
environment
listen.
and
Environment
culture.
and culture, and the
That's what I was
environment, the
saying.
culture, environment, the culture. Basically, the whole artificial culture is being built, right? That has nothing to do with the mayor, nothing to do with the government. Has all that stuff is all blended together, right? It's
Yes.
action reaction, right? You get an iPhone, right? How did get the iPhone proliferation of the internet? How does the government react to that? How do the people react to that? Dating patterns, social patterns, how you raise your kids, all that shit changes because you introduce one element into it, right? It's a major element, but when you change the environment when you do that, how do people react? That's a case. That's just one case study.
If I can emphasize what BGS is saying, um, some of the elders were getting frustrated with some of the younger folks, mainly younger millennials and Gen Z, oldest of them, because all they see is the social media outcomes from these dating apps. Remember the conversation
Yeah.
we was having, BGS? All
Hmm.
they see is that, but literally the world is literally outside your door. But they're
Yeah,
hyper focused on the women rejecting them in the DMs or on
yeah,
one of
on
these
a
dating
dating app.
apps, right?
Yeah,
So that goes to what you're saying, where just you introduce cell phones, you introduce dating apps, and women and men able to go through each other like they're walking through a aisle from milk or cereal, and
Pretty much.
that feeling of rejection is so great that the boys don't even want to talk to women in real life because they get rejected online.
man, how many
You see?
people how many guys have to counsel um, about dating and mating and stuff like that that will not give up the goddamn app.
Yeah.
They they will not they say, why man, why don't you just pick a spot, call a female friend that's in your class or that's in your circle, okay? Where do you go to eat? Where do you go shop? Where do you go wherever, right? And start going to those places. Get out there and start getting into the flow of where the women are going to be, right? I can't
For the
get them off
life
the
of
app.
me, for the life of me, I don't know why. See, rejection is a big thing for I guess, but the thing is, right? For me, I find myself it comes very easy. For instance,
Okay.
I said this on the Fight Club. You go in the mall, right? All you have to do is just stand in an area. Women will pass you to and fro. All you have to do is introduce yourself. Simple. Second, you smell some food. Ask the young lady or ladies, where's the food court? They would probably send you in a direction. Now, what are you trying to do? You're trying to close a
How, do- how,
conversation.
how, how, how do you get them to the mall in the first place?
Exactly.
How do I get into the mall?
How you
No.
get them to the mall? Get them off the
I'm
phone, get
gonna
them to the
be
mall.
into the mall by
No, no, no,
myself.
No,
no.
no, 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 no.
Sean, listen to me.
Mm.
How do you get the people that are on the apps off the apps and into real life? How do you get them out of there?
Oh, that's what I'm trying to say. Put down that phone, bro.
No.
Okay, all right, Ken
No.
Sean.
We having
Put
a
down
cold
that
approach
phone.
lesson from you, Kenshawn. Really?
So now you're trying to get the conversation to continue.
we
So you're
understand
ready.
it.
Oh
You
my
Okay,
God.
we understand. Not understanding what we're
oh,
saying.
okay.
What it is
Hmm.
why are the boys like that?
Yes.
That is the point. Why are they socialized to be socially awkward?
You know how hard it is to take rejection in real life? You got to be cool with that
Yes.
first.
You
I'm
don't.
39. I'm
Exactly.
going on
You
40 years old, man. I
Ken
You got to
know.
be
Sean.
cool with that first. You going on an app, you're
Ken
hiding
Sean.
yourself with a keyboard.
Ken Sean. People have been dealing with that for 200,000 years. Okay,
Then put
it's not
down the
new.
phone.
It's not new. The thing, how do you convince them to put down the phone?
Well, they were going to become what they've called Jordan Peterson,
That's
an
that's
incel.
not the question that I
That
No.
asked.
is that is you,
Oh
you
No.
wow.
no, that's Jordan. Oh yeah, I know Jordan. Yeah, Jordan's cool. What's up,
Okay,
Jordan?
Jordan, say something real quick.
Can y'all
Say
hear me?
something, Jordan.
Or
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
we
hear
You
you
you,
got you.
now.
you still
okay,
are
cool.
you still in Pittsburgh? Not Pittsburgh. Yeah, Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I'm like I leave in like 4 weeks. So
Okay.
Now you
Yeah.
good, fam.
How's your dad?
uh I might DM you, but I mean, yeah,
You can
like
DM me.
yeah,
Is he all
just
right? Is he
yeah,
he
yeah.
do he's
Like
doing, huh? He's doing. Okay.
yeah, nothing like major. This is they like I'll DM you some of the details. It's kind of like in like
Okay.
a
All right.
middle ground. They're still in like the
Okay.
early stages of stuff. I
Okay.
found
All
out,
right.
so yeah.
Okay.
But I came up because came up because one, I was laughing. Am I super loud or am I super low or?
No,
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 you're
you're
good.
good.
You're
You're
cool,
right.
man. You're
Yeah,
cool.
good.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Because I'm like halfway watching sports while I was watching the stream, but so yeah, I was on TikTok earlier today. I just was like looking for something specific, and I came across this one dude's page. I don't know how old he is, and he was like kind of cold approaching women. And I just looked at the comment section. I'll drop the link in like I have to look for it, but I could drop the link in the back chat. And like all the whole comment section was just younger guys, like because I'm 26, like those guys around my age, probably younger, and they were just like, teach me how do you talk to these women. He wasn't doing anything special. He was just talking to them, like legitimately just saying hi, what's up, and they were just acting as if like this was like a very like special
Magic.
skill, like it was yeah, like they were all so yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if it's really adding any like context to what people were saying, but it is true that I think a lot of the younger dudes are like hooked on the apps. But I don't think people look at it as it's hooked. They're hooked on it. Like I think they've become one socially awkward, but also like addicted to the apps. Like how women are addicted to IG. I think there's actually a lot of guys and women who I think are just addicted to
Ah,
dating
boy.
apps and like they can't.
it's
You
a
can move them
crutch.
past, but
It's a
yeah, like
crutch.
they can't. Like because I see them migrating. Like now there's a new app.
Right.
Like here's that BLK app. So they had that shit. Now all the black people are moving to something I see advertised called Gentry.
Yeah, I've
I
heard
just
of it.
heard
I've
it.
heard of it. Yeah, yeah. I've
I
heard it,
guess I don't know. I don't know what the fuck it is, but
Here's the
it's
problem.
So
interesting.
Here's the
JX, do
problem. Hold on. Here's the problem ultimately. When we're dealing with, because what we're talking about is a disruptive technology that's being introduced into the environment, and the
Mhm.
culture has not been able to catch up to address it. So
Yeah.
it's creating an ecological disruption, right? We can all understand that. The problem is the way those consequences affect men and women are different in the social
Yes.
environment. Because if you take a man who's socially awkward, and we understand that most men's value is seen, generally speaking, not in his intrinsic value, but in what he's able to do and get done, part of his social mobility is connected to his attractiveness to women, because that social mobility, that social dexterity, is an indicator of potential earning. On the other hand, for women, it's not weighed the same. So if we're talking about what gives the hit for validity, you can take two people, men and a woman, a man and a woman, everything's the same. Both of them are socially awkward. The female that is socially awkward is not going to be punished as much for those modalities we're measuring in the dating market than the dude is. Not even close.
Yeah.
And that's why it's
Because a man has to approach.
right. It's why it's
Yes.
allowed to play out. Like there's a lot of dudes right now who could care less if the chick they're with could form a complete sentence, let alone have the
That's a
ability to
fact.
empathize.
That's
So,
a fact.
in
that's
fact,
is why
so
Jordan-
she would even be seen as cute because she's socially awkward. She can have a
Yep.
whole degree
Really?
of
Niggas wanna fuck a socially
neurodegeneracy
awkward
going
chick?
on.
But
Real
remember
quick,
now,
Krishan,
One
because
time,
real quick,
one time.
Jordan,
first.
is this why you were saying I'm being too loud?
Oh yeah, I mean, because I find myself in the same thing. Like I don't really like I'll talk to these women in person, but it's just easier sometimes like on the app. It's not like terrible, but it's just yeah, it depends where I'm at. But I was actually just talking to Smitty about this because he went to Europe, so he was talking about like the apps, talking to women on the apps and in Amsterdam versus talking to women in real life, and he was saying like it's even out abroad, it's actually better. The apps are just dead. Like people there are more into like face-to-face interaction, whereas in States the women are more meet you on the app and then like they kind of use the app as like a lead generation tool and like a sales funnel. Like they'll kind of just source everything from there and then
Yeah,
like filter from it, which is
it's the
weird.
filter. It's a filter.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
strange.
It's a bad filter too because
exactly.
it doesn't mean anything. Okay.
Yep.
I think also I just want to add in like the apps, like because you have like the big apps you have is Tinder, Hinge. There's a few other ones. They're all pretty much like OkCupid, I guess. They're all owned by.
Go ahead and name them all, man, because there's like 20 of them.
Well,
Okay?
there's like you got the Tinder, Hinge. You got there's a few like there's like the gay stuff. There's like I don't know whatever, but a lot of them are owned by the same people. And as a
that's
person
the
that trying to
problem
work
right
on
there.
apps, the thing is the way the Web 2.0 apps, their whole business model is like Spotify's like this. They're all built on that whole like that book called like Hooked. that were, I think it's called Hooked. It's like underlying psychology to keep people like sucked into the app, spend more time on it. So I don't think a lot of people, they've realized this now. Like I've heard people talk about this, they don't really realize a lot of these apps are not there to help you actually date like a real matchmaker. They're really just there to like keep you, it's like a slot machine. Like maybe you'll
Time
get
for
asked this time.
advertisers.
Yeah, it's really strange.
And
I agree.
Hey, Nameless, you getting any cash apps, man?
I'm not seeing any so far. I got 2 earlier I listed already.
All right, come on, y'all. $1 holler. Come on, right? I'm here. I'm here. I'm here, man. I could be eating ice cream, man. I'm here helping my boy out, Nameless, man. We trying to put some shekels in the pot, and you guys are all over here because we got 100 folks over here. Normally, Nameless would not get this high. You know, I was over here. But the thing is, you know, Nameless does really good work. Every time, why does Nameless get more attention when I put him on my channel? Okay, which I don't understand. Same information, right? Same guy, same information. I get 10,000 views when Nameless. I actually highlight Nameless on my channel. Okay, how come you guys are not contributing to the same information that you're getting over here? Come on, y'all. It $1, $2 doesn't matter. It's a tax. Okay, fine. BGS tax is in effect. Go ahead and
Well,
hit him
trust
up.
me, I'm gonna be doing this so I can add to get in the premium StreamYard. I'm still at 6 at the moment, so we do have some folks backstage, so I'll definitely be swapping.
Okay. Well,
I can drop out. I can drop out if someone wants to come up.
Okay, well, we'll rotate for a little bit.
If you're not, rotate us if we're not talking. So.
Okay. All
right. Take care, guys.
All right, fam.
bro.
Thanks for coming up.
Yes, appreciate you all. Yeah, sure, man.
But yeah, I mean, the social media app, it's a whole different world, and I'm happy that we have. Oh, damn it, Jordan left too. Oh no, he's still there. Okay, yeah, no, I'm happy we have Jordan here too, so that he could talk about it. And I'm sorry for my background. I am.
I can.
But
the thing I can add in about the like dating apps specifically is because I'm older than Hammer, I'm older than Pookie, but I'm younger than like I don't know if there's like early 30-year-old millennials here, but like I was pretty much born like in not technically 96, but pretty much in 96. So I'm like that first wave of Z's. So like I was in high school, I think, when Tinder first came out. So I think, because I was realizing the other day, I was talking to someone, I was like, I realized the women under me that I see on Tinder now are like the 23, 24, 25. I'm like, why are they so like depressed all the time and like seem like they're so ran through? Then it dawned on me, was like, oh shit, those are the chicks that were like they straight up just never knew college before dating apps. Like all they knew was just like talking to men on dating apps and probably just getting like ran through on those apps. So by the time they reach probably like their mid 20s, because they're like on the precipice of it now, it's like they look. I mean, I don't know if y'all look at these chicks on there, but yeah, they look kind of like cynical. They don't look too.
They call it a 1,000 cock steer.
I've never been on any of them.
Hysterical.
I mean, it's a apps. What's going on, AB? Go ahead, because you just came up.
No, finish names.
I was going to say, every dude, and it's probably online somewhere, man. Every dude should read Trish Crenshaw's The Alchemy of Love and Lust. You're going to understand this stuff from the ground up, right? She actually goes through all this shit, right? They're actually resistant to their own bonding hormones. They can't bond with you no more. That's why you see the lights go out in their eyes. Okay.
You know what? And I think this is being exacerbated by, what's going on. See, I'm studying this when I'm getting into the nature of social awkwardness and how it's going to create more bonds with regards to peer group potentially rather than the family unit, starting with mothers not bonding with their children properly. And I'm seeing this pattern beginning with 1, not breastfeeding, and 2, the overwhelming number of cesarean sections that are going down as far as births being done that way. And disproportionately, it's affecting people that are in the developed first world. And I know our demographic is kind of hit lopsidedly with a lot of that. And I think this is playing an effect. I think they've got numbers to where we're at 75% cesarean rate.
Yes, it's high.
75% of births, and they're only supposed to have about 20%.
Yep.
I mean,
and adding in birth control, because the birth control does affect the type of
hormone profile.
Yes, it does, and not only obviously it also affects us as well if you're not drinking filtered water, because that shit does not get filtered out.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
but the thing is that is only a small percentage of it, right? The biggest percentage
Yeah.
of it is your social environment. Okay,
Yes.
this is hard coded, you know, uh, especially to women, right? There's an orgasm is way more than whatever you drink or whatever you eat. It's actually going to affect your mood, your bonding hormones, all that kind of stuff, way more, right?
Yep.
Childbirth, the same thing, right? If you start to if you get flooded with this stuff over time, guess what's going to happen? You're going to build up a resistance to it, and
That's right.
that's what you're seeing.
Yeah.
I
In
And,
their
wanted
own
to
children.
add something to the discourse by saying, not only is it the funny, I've heard it before, but it's still funny every time I hear it, the thousand cock stare, BGS and others.
Hmm.
But it's
Yeah.
also, if you're not getting those likes, right? If you're not getting that dose of
Yeah,
dopamine.
that
So imagine a
dopamine
sister
That
hit.
that's
attention.
posting, exactly, she's posting on IG and she's not getting the DMs, right?
Right.
She's not getting the comments. She's not getting the 100 likes, 200 likes, right? Like her
Hmm.
homegirls. That's another reason why you see them so sad. So there is the thousand cocks there, and then there's the other side where they're not getting the attention they
So,
think they
so,
deserve.
so you get all the garish makeup. You get the BBLs, you get the fake tits, you get the
Hmm.
all
Yeah.
this other kind of stuff trying to get their dopamine hits.
Yeah. What I see is, and I noticed this way back in the 2000s. That's why I was never on it. The first thing I thought of was, I'm like, yo, that's just to hook up. That's not to have a real relationship. And
Yeah.
most people thought I was crazy way back
Hmm.
then because I was in my early 20s. I said, can't you guys? And I just, said, oh, forget about it. Y'all don't get it. But
Particularly that BLK app. That, you know what I thought? The first
What
thing
is
that
the
pops in my head.
BLK?
Oh Lord. It's a
That's
new
the
app.
app that
They're the ones that put out that no voting,
yeah.
no stupid that button,
Oh, it's a black only app. I
and
heard
pretty much it's a booty
That's the
call
app
app.
that's owned by
I call it the
Tinder.
booty call app. I'm
it's
like, okay,
in
whatever.
other words, it's the black women's revenge. They're trying to,
Well, that's
Well,
the
they're
app that
owned by Match.com. I
yeah,
know
it's
that
owned
much.
by
So
the
they're
same
one
Yeah,
of
people.
those
they're,
subsidiary groups of
good lord.
Match.com.
You want to hear some wild shit about that app? They actually now have a live streaming feature that I've been like kind of was watching like on and off. I'm like Mr. Z. I'd be like hate watching some of this shit because it's interesting to see people like do these like
Hate,
just I
hate,
don't
hate,
know
hate, hate.
just like I don't it's not anger for me but just like wow that's a different world. So they have like a live stream section which I thought was weird. It pretty much is like a whole tricking section. It's like you can you
Yeah.
buy like little like you connect your bank account, you buy like little stickers, and you send
Oh lord.
different chicks. There's some men on there too. The men are like running like casino games on there apparently, and people just it's like playing numbers. But
oh
there's a
boy.
lot of like women, mostly black women, but you see some like women from the Philippines, some women from like Brazil that are like looking, but I think to a dude that's from the States are like a 10 out of 10. Yeah, I saw a girl and they're like woke up early one day and I was just like, let me see who's on there. I'm just curious, like, just because I had the app and I was like, let me see who's like with this shit, like at 6
What-
a.m. And I was just there. It was some stripper chick, like she just got
Yeah.
off work.
Yep.
It was like some Mexican guy just like tricking on her heavy. Like, dude had to be in his 40s, like mid to late 40s, just sending her
Hmm.
this money through this app. It was the BLK app it's like half like pay for play chicks, and the other half is like or a quarter, or I'd say maybe more than that. It's like single moms, and then the rest is like I don't know. It is
Gee, I
shitty to
wonder why
say.
they're on
So we've
there.
gone Japan American style, is what you're saying.
I mean,
Basically, it's drying. Actually, the market's drying up.
it sounds to me like this is a continuation of what we were seeing with the Mouse Utopia.
Yeah.
Again, I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
Is it
I'm
that
gonna have
far?
to
Like
do
at least
I'm gonna
that
have
far?
to do the epigenetics of hoism.
It might be. Go ahead. Go
Damn,
ahead.
the whole
Hey,
oh, it's
hey,
They gonna
Nameless.
be
Hey,
mad.
Nameless. You know you got to write an academic paper
I
with that.
know. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. I already got the
Yep.
research pulled
Yeah.
up.
And
The
this
DNA
is how
You
you
got to
get a
write
done.
the
booty
paper
call.
first. Yeah. Yeah. The epigenetics
what
of
you call
whoredom.
it, BGS, the revenge of a baby mama.
Oh man, but let me go ahead and read some of these cash apps. They're coming through
Okay.
now. Definitely appreciate the support, guys. We're gonna start with the final watcher. Definitely appreciate that, sir. Os. We've got Heru Amun. They say here for Heru in the chat. I see you, family. Os and Hotep. We've got your initials. I won't say your name because it looked like this your government, but CB says AKA for Trail Bent. Yeah, for Trail. I see you in the chat. BGS tax. Os, appreciate you, fam. Let's see who else we got. We got another CB, different person. Says for BGX tax also. Os. And lastly, we got Alicia that came through again. Another one for the BGS tax. Appreciate that, BGS.
All right, no problem, man. Hey, I mean, thing is, if we're gonna be over here spitting high, high quality game, because you're not gonna hear this shit no place else. And the nameless can tell you, okay, you're not gonna hear, even in academia, basically, they're looking at this kind of stuff because they're not doing the work.
Yep.
They're not doing the work. Okay, they're not doing the
They
work.
got complacent, huh?
Like the paper I pulled about the downfall of the patriarchy, man, coming from 1660, man. That's just me following a link, in Wikipedia. It was there for everybody, but the thing is, somebody had to pull it and bring it out. You have nobody pulling this stuff and actually bringing this information out. So you're not gonna hear this anyplace else.
Yeah.
I would like to remind everybody of BGS going off on FD because of exactly what he said. Like, yo, y'all not doing the work. y'all been BSing for decades. Y'all been doing
You know
the work.
what it is, man? It's
real.
again, it's that hijacking of freaking Title VII, and I'm gonna keep wielding that like a damn sword because I think too much of Black America doesn't understand it. But really, most of the developed West doesn't understand that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, when you understand how it was literally stolen at the 11th hour, when everything was on the line, that got arm barred into the legislation. And ever since then, that's why we've had a lot of things that are supposed to be directed towards us mutually by virtue of being Black. We've had it all dissected and siphoned off to the women. And whenever you present that, it's just classified as, okay, well, you're not working hard enough. You ain't building nothing.
Not just white women, but not just women, but white women in white society, right?
That's a fact.
Did they come back, and white women come back and share that wealth with Black men? No, they went and put it right back to the white man. And that's like white wealth doubled. Okay, that's the white wealth doubled, and basically Black wealth remained at a pittance, right? That's like you only have 1% of your wealth, but no economist is actually going to come out and tell you that. Okay,
right?
If you give all the contracts, all the affirmative action, and all the money to white women, guess where it's going to go? It's not going to go to the Black community; it's going to the white community. But I have not heard one economist, not one Black economist, not radical, not conscious, nothing, say that shit. It's right there. Okay, shit's right there.
And what I like to, and when I hear people complaining about these surface dynamics, especially the women or the Black women, I always tell them, wherever you work, look at your organizational structure. Who do you see there? What genders in upper, the executives, what genders, what color? That shows you the power. And not only that, I tell them all the time, I say, if you notice, the white men who are executives, I guarantee, obviously depending on their age, I guarantee you, regardless of their income, their wives freaking work. Why are you saying that the Black man should be able to pay for everything in this quote unquote modern era when the white women don't even do that? And you're trying to follow their system. Makes no sense.
The thing is, I understand, Black guys wanting to control their families and control their women and all that kind of, Pollyanna bullshit. That's like I'm gonna pull out the numbers, man. Basically, you allowed, especially with Gen X, man, you allowed basically a third of your Black men to have a jacket put on them, right?
30% of Black men are convicted felons. So
convicted felons, right? So basically, well, fine, they get out. They're not going to stay in jail. But guess what's going to happen to them? They're not going to find the normal corporate jobs that they would have normally found had they not had that suffering. But you guys let that shit happen.
It's one of the only forms of legal discrimination that is allowed and endorsed by the state, essentially.
Yeah. But then you're going to turn it right around and point to them like you're not doing anything. When that bill went down, you had Black people actually voting for it. But the thing is, you had no plan for them when they got out. Did you advocate for
BGS? They should have never committed a crime in the first
place. It's deeper than that. I literally had this is an ex of mine, master's degree, blah 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 blah. Her current husband is graduated from MIT, all this other stuff. We were having this conversation about Blacks, and then I just got tired and I started going all the way back. I just started talking about policy currently all the way to the 60s. Her response, again, master's degree.
Oh Lord.
Her response was, well, as a man, I'm paraphrasing her. As a man, you still got to make it work. Basically,
Alpha your way through. Go ahead.
Basically, like what?
Okay.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. I just went through all the policies. You college educated, right? We just went through all this stuff, and you telling me this small percentage of a population is going to sit here and just change this shit like that? Well, yeah.
Nameless, this is when
No,
you
well,
come in and
it's
say multiply by
frustrating.
0.
It's frustrating to see a black woman with a degree and you see her type. She typed like an 8th grader.
Well, the funny thing is that if you look if you at some point, man, at some point that rock's gonna move, right? It worked the same. It didn't work. It wasn't as drastic for white people, but the thing, white men got stuck in the same trick bag. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You pour all the resources into the females. Guess what's gonna happen to the males?
Yeah.
Yep. And now they don't want to go to college either.
They're because the thing is, number one, they're not getting the same help that the females are getting. Number two, the educational system is geared toward the females. And number three, when they get out, guess who's going to get the affirmative action rights? It's going to be their women.
The women.
Yeah, they're women. So basically, guess what the white women actually are starting to accept? They're accepting 50-50. Okay.
Yes.
They told the feminists have told bitches, guess what? We put you in charge. We gave you CEO seats. We made you breadwinners. And guess what you got to do? You got to go back and get the guy that's not making that kind of money. You can't try to get the guy that's making double your amount because you're gonna fuck up the system, which you already have. Okay.
Yep.
You got to do the same thing that the men did back in the day. You got to go back and get the guys that are making $20,000 or $30,000 a year. Otherwise, the system is actually gonna become imbalanced. The whole system is actually gonna implode. They're telling these chicks that. So guess what the women actually doing?
It's not going for that though.
On
the white sector,
but
BGS, I don't think most
I'm already hearing it. Okay, that's the only I'm hearing it from the feminists the feminists that are leading this whole charge. And actually, guess what? The women that they're on the top that have these degrees, masters, and PhDs, they have to adhere to it if they want a family.
Listen, and this goes back to the beginning of this whole conversation with probability. Yes, understanding systems, understanding probability, what's going statistically speaking. And again, I'm in finance. Most people do not make over 100,000. Okay,
no,
and even that 100,000 mark, that's a 1990 standard. Now the new 100,000 is really close to 150,000. So the number's even less.
Yeah.
Okay,
I would say $250,000, but go ahead.
I'm talking about individual. I'm not talking about household. I understand what you're saying. I'm not talking about household income.
Right.
Individual income. So
no, I know what you're saying. I'm I'm sorry for cutting you off. I know what you're saying, but yeah.
Sao Chi does this at a high level. So
he does trends. Okay. He's looking at the bigger picture numbers.
Yeah, I'm speaking about the narrative. I understand what he's saying. I get
right.
But I'm saying the narrative that 100 from the 90s would be $250,000 now if you listen to them talk.
Yeah,
right. That's all I was saying. I'm sorry.
Let me pause real quick because I want to make some of these announcements because we got some more that came through. We got Toya the Texan, also known as Triple T. She says, for even in academia, #doing the work. Appreciate you, fam. We've got, I don't want to say your government, but it looks like DS. Again, I appreciate your contribution for that. And we got a double one, fam. I appreciate that. I don't want to say your name again, but your initials are FL. Respect to that, and I appreciate you, fam. First one is for the Hidden Village Summit Open Panel. I appreciate that. And they sent another one for BGS Tax. Appreciate you. Before we go forward, I definitely we're gonna need to rotate again. But what I'm gonna try to do is upgrade while we're talking, so I can see if this will go into effect, so I can get more of us up here at the same time. So we got two people in the back chat here.
Okay,
you
can rotate us. You can rotate me if you want.
Yeah, no, I'll drop in a minute. Let me make my final comment. Going to what BGS said a minute ago. So one of Martin Luther King, before he died, the reason why he was going to the poor campaign is because he realized that the elite Black people, the first wave of kind of real money that was coming out of that civil rights movement, pretty much turned their back on everyone else. And so when I hear BGS's frustration, that's what I hear. I hear Martin saying, "Oh, you Negroes just gotta take the little crumbs and run out the back door." That's what
No,
I hear him saying,
no,
right?
no,
So yeah.
no. They okay, okay. The elite, that you got to understand. The elite, they got what they wanted, right? They wanted access, right? They wanted civil rights. They already had the financial stability. They already had money, right? What they wanted is
Mm-hmm.
access to more power, which they got when they after 1964, 65. They got it. They had no need for the check. Those were the lower classes. Okay, that's like we had all those riots in 66, 67. So basically, the lower class actually pushed them into the position that they wanted. They wanted access to to white power and white money, which they got. So they were
Mm-hmm.
perfectly
And then they screwed
happy
us over.
to
Okay.
keep it. Well, they didn't screw us up. They got what they wanted. Okay, they had no reason to continue to fight, did they?
What were y'all saying about that pot with no water in it anymore? Anyway, I'm done.
Oh, God.
All right,
Well,
go ahead. All right, yo,
The
I'm
rice,
out.
I
the
mean, he
rice
ain't
gonna
wrong.
burn, man, with no water.
Right.
And it
mm-hmm.
sure
I
did.
mean, isn't that what happened technically?
Yeah, it did. It did. It did.
If that rice burn, you leave it on there too long.
Mm. Let me go ahead and add. We got last Zulu up here. Rael, you can come back up whenever you get a moment, because you were next up after Zulu. But last Zulu, if you there, man, you can go ahead and drop your opening, and we'll go ahead and extend the combo. Glad to have you up, boss.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? How you doing? It's just like no, it's 4 o'clock in the morning right now in Uganda. So
Okay.
so forgive me, I'm a little groggy, man.
Or
But
should we say
yeah,
Jumbo?
yeah, Jumbo. But yeah, I can understand necessarily from the two aspects from what you were saying earlier about the dating app necessarily and also the current situation. Like I have nieces, right? And they call me, and basically when you talking about that 100 cock stare, that shit is a real thing necessarily, because I think she was telling me, she was like, I got my friend and so and so, and she been messing with these dudes or whatever in the group chat, and I'm like, so why are you fucking all your men in the group chat? Like I'm asking you
How
these
old
guys.
are they?
I mean, shit, my niece is probably like 21 now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So basically you can almost really see like that jadedness, that necessarily that I done been through it all kind of motherfucking look. But you know what I mean? But when I talk to the women here, like I'm talking to the women that's like, locally in Africa and whatnot, right? Like these women don't even know how to goddamn sex. So I'm sitting here like, so it's a vastly different necessarily mentality from the women that's in the US and the women that's in Africa or in these other developing countries. So when I started looking at that, she was like, when I started really understanding, I'm like, she didn't really know how to fuck over here. And I'm looking at the women over there in America. These women are almost down there professional porn stars. It's kind of like you understand what the issue is necessarily. And I've seen it where also where you have women and they just do not necessarily have that bonding thing with their kids. I've seen it.
Mhm.
I've seen it. 'Cause I've seen women just like literally like, they leave their kid in the car for like an hour. Just I like literally where I live at. I seen like just leave her kid in the car for an hour, and I'm like, how did you make that mistake? And she was like, oh, I just forgot. And I'm like, motherfucker, you ain't forget, bro. Like how you forget a crying baby that's supposed to be in their car? Like I mean,
Mhm.
but
Yeah. It's so bad. I'm getting feet. Okay. It's so bad now. I'm starting to hear stories about how chicks aren't even teaching these girls how to handle their cycle, and I'm just like, what are y'all like? I couldn't be a father. I'm glad I'm not a father because I'll be in jail for what some of these heifers are, way these heifers are neglecting their children.
Yeah.
Yeah, personally. Oh, you can go, BJS.
No. Well, yeah. That, like you said, that's like when we dig into the why things happen. Okay. And,
Yeah.
at least we try to. We at least try to enlighten, the group about why things are going on, so you can actually understand the mechanisms, right? So why she is the way she is. She's not. This didn't just come out of nowhere. She's not like a bad person. I'm like that.
Correct.
The circumstances that she's going through, she's probably going to relate to another 50-60% of the women out there, right? This is what you're going to have to deal with. You have to know why this stuff is actually going on. You can't stop it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Because you don't have the ability to stop it, because you can't stop the society and the culture and the environment that they're in. You can't stop
Yep.
this stuff. The thing is that Zulu's probably doing the right thing. Okay, if you don't want to put up with, it, you want a different kind of outcome. You're not going. You're not. The society and the culture is too far along. It's too big. You're not going to change it, right? You got two choices: either deal with it and kind of try to figure out strategy to kind of deal with the society as it is, or leave. Okay,
That's right.
there's only two choices.
Passport.
And that's what a lot of guys they don't understand. One, they're trying to change women. Okay, and you already can't change somebody else, period. Okay, so you need to understand. Again, this goes back to understanding the environment, understanding the culture, and then seeing where you want to go and maneuvering accordingly. And if you can't do that, then I mean, you're not gonna get anywhere. And that's why a lot of these people, they go on the dating apps, and I'm not judging. This is observation, especially with the women. They're going on dating apps for multiple reasons. One day it could be just to get their self-esteem up. The next day is just because they know they can't get the guy that they feel that they deserve in the real world, so they go online. And then they're not even getting attention from those guys online. So that's a double negative to their psyche for whatever reason. And then you got society telling them that they're special, regardless of how they look, regardless of anything. So that's why these women are the way they are. So I don't look at them negatively, but it's a lot of guys need to wake the F up. If you're gonna be on these dating, you need to understand where these women are coming from. That's where they're coming from. You're not going online to get some woman to become your girlfriend or wife. Hell no. At best, it's the hookup. That's it.
But see, that's where I personally think some people mess up. I think you can go on a dating app and fuck around and chill. But I've seen, I don't know, about maybe 3 or 4 dudes. They just got married, so I don't know what their wives are like. I'm not really close with them. But these are people I either went to school with or whatever.
Yeah.
Just get married this year. These are people that are probably, I don't know, anywhere from 24 to maybe 26, maybe just turned 27. So I'm curious to see where that goes. Cause I'm like, hey man, a lot of these chicks are out here fucking around pretty damn young, honestly.
So if the chicks are out there fucking like this and fucking around like this on these dating apps, how come the failure rate that black men and women report are so high?
The thing is, you got to
tell you
remember that when you're talking about these casual hookups, number one, we need to remember that there's kind of a correlation between attention and the way neurologically that triggers the whole dopamine response in a lot of women. And the actual end result of men being successful on those apps really boils down to having a certain image and just reaching out to enough women to where you get a match. And what's happened is it's created kind of like a lopsided understanding, or we know that men, even though men will have sex with a woman, it's not the same as giving that woman resources. But psychologically, that woman will interpret giving access to sex to somebody as a personal blue book market value reset or reappraisal. It constantly goes up. And so her hypergamous potential, her ideology scales up with that. So what I mean by this is, if she believes that she is at a certain level as far as her rating is concerned, and we already know that there's no blue book respected value in the ADOS dating market, the modern dating market in general, as far as women is concerned, she will get used to having and giving sexual access to dudes that are pretty much at a higher level than what she would have been able to, followed by the fact that you've got these dudes that are at a higher level that are going to get higher responses from everyone across that spectrum. And this is where we get that Pareto distribution. It's not a real reflection of what would happen if these people were meeting in real life. But unfortunately, when we're talking strictly about a casual hookup, all a dude has to do is pay the money, upgrade to a particular status on the app, and just grenade swipe all day long. Mathematically speaking, you're going to come across someone and get your needs met. Meanwhile, that chick who's a 4, who would have pretty much normally never have gotten a time of day, is now getting access to dudes way above her scale. But none of these dudes would ever invest in a real relationship.
Correct.
And then she can also, she's not necessarily having to address her own personal development to get that attention from men, because all she has to do is demonstrate that she is female, just don't appear to have some sort of genetic disability the way she looks like, and she's gonna get access and play. And if she doesn't get that, she's gonna get the validation, she's gonna get the like, she's gonna get the psychological benefit of swiping left and rejecting individuals that she normally wouldn't be able to do outside of a delusion in real life. And so I think this particular kind of framing, when you combine it with Briffelt's law, being that she's the one that determines the match happening in the first place, then hypergamy, where there's that tendency to marry across and up, then a distortion of the blue book value, where from her perspective, you know, she's just infinitely scaling up because hypergamy has no hard cap. This is how you get this lopsided sense of settling for, you know, what she should be naturally matched with. The average chick and the average dude at this point are utterly incompatible, and that's what's ruining the game. It's just that it's playing out in these dating app algorithms, because that's what it is, an algorithm.
So you think that's
considered
why? Okay.
it's considered settling. In reality, she's not settling. The truth is, the vast majority of these women are not settling. They're being told that they're settling, and that's the problem. And to go back to the apps, I can tell you, I mean, what was it, a month or two, I went to New Orleans with some friends, right? I'm the oldest one. The youngest one, early 20s, his brother, late 20s, and two of the guys, mid 30s. And of course, it's all party the whole time, right? And only one of them is on the app. The older brother in his late 20s. Now, he's getting matches, and these are girls. When girls travel, I'm telling you, I see everything. When these girls travel, that's what they're doing. Many of these girls are hooking up when they're traveling. I saw it. I witnessed it. But the girls that they hooked up with were none of the girls that were in the app. They were the girls that we met in person. Mm-hmm. That's reality. So these women are going all over the place, and all it is all the social media world. All it is to them is just sugar. It's donuts.
I call it social diabetes.
Thank you. Damn. That's exactly what it is.
That's terrible name.
That's exactly what it is.
So basically, what you're saying is, this dating app, the chicks being on this dating app is the reason they get online talking about they need $100,000. Man needs to make at least $100,000.
Not necessarily the dating app. It's the ability to have access to a massive number of men that she normally wouldn't, and getting that social validation and acknowledgement. And if you look at neurologically what's happening when she gets a like on a poster, on a picture that she might pick on Instagram, for example, and mind you, this has already been documented. There's already research on this that shows IG in particular is particularly, I'm going to say, addictive, because the neurological pathway for addiction from drugs and this with IG in particular are exactly in alignment with one another. So when she puts a pic up, and it could be something casual, someone hits that like button, it's the same thing as getting a hit from some sort of narcotic as far as that dopamine reception. So now she's able to address her own self-image and self-esteem off the strength of that. And then you combine that with getting her sexual needs wanted in conjunction with the sexual liberation. So now you can't slut shame. Now you've got this whole idea of unrestricted access to an unlimited amount of dudes, and there's a measure of security, this false sense of security, where at any moment, you know, she can just flip the I'm ready for a relationship switch when she's had all her fun, but then she's just completely ruined her potentiality to actually be a long-term partner for any dude that has a choice. And then here we are again.
And you factor in the Title IXs and all that stuff from the past. So now they think that they're smarter than they are, because they really were given aid to get quote unquote education and to get a job. So if they're making especially more than the average person, so that's another factor where they feel, because they're clearly not thinking, they feel that a guy should be making even more so than they do. But again, in reality, that just shows you, one, they don't really understand themselves. Two, They don't understand how they're viewed in a dating market. Period.
Well,
Completely delusional.
Judge, you've got your camera on. I can add you whenever you're ready.
I can drop down if you need me to.
Oh, no. Nobody needs to drop now. I got the upgrade through, so I can have the full amount.
Someone has an echo.
Okay.
Oh, I see it.
That was me. I was about to say something actually, because I gotta mute my mic because for me to even say something, and y'all motherfuckers be jumping in like so,
I just want to jump
But
in.
Zulu, go ahead. Zulu, go ahead and finish your thought. Then I'm gonna read this. This is a super chat I got. It's not super chat. Cash App I got, and then we'll go to Rael, and then when Judge comes back, we'll handle Judge.
Can I jump in somewhere in that order?
Yeah, it's basically like with Nameless, and I think I can't see his name. I think it's Chacha said, or I can't see his name no more, but I'm trying to remember it. But basically, it's the same thing because I have a cousin. Me and her grew up around the same age. When I write, and when I talked to her, just like I think right before we got like a family reunion, whatever. When we talked, I was like, "So when you ain't gonna get married?" And she looked at me with like this look on her face, was like almost utter disgust. And whatnot, right? And I'm sitting here like, oh shit, okay, whatever, you know what I mean? And then necessarily, so we was sitting with the family, whatever, and I started having a conversation. It was like, so what man do you think you want to be with, right? My cousin told me, my cousin is probably like at most a 6. At most a 6. I ain't gonna lie to you. She got a little bit of booty on it, but I'll say at most a 6, right? Literally, she said Safari. Like, like the rapper dude that was dating with the was it what's the rapper name?
Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj. That was her boyfriend or whatever. She was like, "Oh, I think I want me a man like Safari." And I'm sitting here looking at her like, bruh, if you can get a man like Safari, you would have been got married too. Necessarily, if you had that kind of juice, you wouldn't be here, man. You'd be here on a boat somewhere. See what I'm saying? On an island somewhere, just living up your life. But then that's when I really started like understanding what this space was telling me. And what I was actually seeing in my real life, I'm actually seeing the symptoms and the actual, the degradation of the women. I'm seeing it in real time, and I'm looking at it, and then I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be bad. So I'm not basically have to like the younger chicks in my family. They basically got the 100-yard, the 100,000 cocks there necessarily, right? Or they just already jaded, and I'm sitting here like. You got like you a 34-year-old woman necessarily, and or something like that. You not that, but I'm understanding, yeah. But if you've been through like 40 motherfucking dudes and 60 dudes and what like, and in the course of like 5 years to 2 years, I can understand that. That's why I was like, I saw on TikTok yesterday, they had one girl saying, she was like, yeah, I did like 40 dudes when I was in college my first semester year, and I'm saying here like. Damn, and all the other girls was like, yeah, that's not a lot. That's not a lot. And I'm sitting here like, these are all different kinds of women. There's Asian women, there's white women, there's Spanish women, and I'm sitting here looking at this shit like,
yeah, we're in the age of the
dudes. Wow. And that's when I knew I was like, oh yeah, it's over, bro.
Yeah, we're in the age of the diesel.
I'm glad that no, my apologies, everyone. I'm glad that Lazulu said it. That's what I was saying. Lazulu said it in one word, jaded. That's the word I was looking for. The sisters that they're not really having the experiences, but the internet is just causing them to be jaded as hell. And they're pretty much 22, 23-year-old, 50-year-olds.
Well,
Zulu, you've got an echo.
Yeah.
But before we continue, let me go ahead and acknowledge this Cash App.
All right.
We got your initials are YS. I appreciate that, fam. He says, for keeping up the good work, sir. Os. Sir, to you, os. Appreciate you.
Oh, man. Now, I'll say this. Now,
wait, Dre. We got Rael that's up next, and then you'll be after that, Dre.
Go ahead, Rael. Rael, go ahead, man.
Let's see if he's there.
Long time no see.
Can I get after Rael, by the way, Nameless?
Absolutely.
You're after Dre, you mean?
Yeah, after Dre.
Oh yeah, it might be after.
Look how that nigga done forgot me already. Look.
I got you, Dre.
Nigga, ain't nobody care about Ohio. Keep going.
That's a whole. I mean, you gotta stay true to the song. I mean, you heard what Eminem said.
Like child support people, man.
Oh Lord.
Nowadays, everybody want to act like they got something to say.
Nigga took my spot like the child support. Like, no, man, I'm worth child support enforcement agent. You got to step back one.
But Ryan, go ahead, family.
Peace, Nameless. Peace to Panel
Yes.
and chat. I've been saying this for quite a time. In Black America, as opposed to other groups, and even it used to be in our group at a certain point, a bad attitude from a woman was not a sign of virtue. It actually was a sign of low family breeding. As somebody who lived around my great grandmother, you remember these conversations that you would hear older women like her talk about, and one thing that they would hit on was this concept of lack of home training. And what they were really getting at is the fact that women's feminine core has to be developed in a home environment. That's where women are developed internally to their core. And so when they would talk about these particular females that they would see amongst themselves, this is what they were hitting at, that they didn't get the proper training at home from a femininity standpoint. And so I've been actually working on this particular presentation that I'm going to be doing pretty soon, dealing with how femininity is actually developed. Because it's not by accident, it's very purposeful. It requires elder women to bring about this maturation process within the girl. And when Nameless was talking about the cesarean C-section aspects of things, I've been reading on this, and the attachment styles that people have, you have the avoidant, you have the anxious, and then you have the secure. And I mean, this blew my mind when I read this. An infant, we're talking about from the infant stage, can pick up on the signs through clues from the mother, whether the mother loves the infant or not. Researchers talk about how you look at a baby in a loving way, the baby receives that positively. So just imagine when a baby receives from a mother that the mother doesn't have any love for it. They talk about how this basically an infant will shut down its attachment system, its need to connect, and basically repress this once they get the signals through the mother, how she talks to the baby, how she looks at the baby. They will shut this part of themselves down, which is a natural part of human existence. Is the need to need. It doesn't make humans weak. It's what makes humans humans. And this actually informs how that particular baby, whether it's a boy or girl, as they grow and develop, and especially when it comes to personal relationships, how they actually form attachments with significant others. So before you even bring in the father in a discussion, you first have to deal with how the mother socialized the particular infant, the child, from an emotional standpoint. Because if that mother has not socialized that child properly, because everybody knows an infant needs, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's an infant. So if that child has not been socialized properly, it's only going to, that particular female is only going to be taught how to not connect throughout the course of her lifetime, especially under her mom's tutelage. And so this is what you're seeing out here. You're seeing beings who literally don't have the capacity to connect, because the very first teacher that is supposed to teach you how to connect, which is the mother, taught you that you weren't worth being connected with. So until these women address that aspect, and we saw it on Kevin's show all the time, when he would start digging into the female's relationship with the mothers, you started seeing like, okay, this is coming from a whole different kind of place. Something that we've been talking about. I myself have been talking about it for quite some time. You can't get away from it. You cannot get away from this. You can't skip this process. You know what I'm saying? And so it's more detrimental for the females, because for men, we can get in spaces of men, we can develop brotherhood, we can get that, guidance that we need, and we can still do our thing. Women, they tend to develop through relationships. And that's why you see this thing out here that's very prevalent, whether it's against other females or even men, this form of relational aggression. And basically, relational aggression is basically using personal relationships to hurt people. And this is what you're seeing out here. This is why when they say hurt people, that's where it's coming from, because their first template for emotional connection through the mother was not there. So they're basically, I would say, like ghosts of a person, because it's like they're here, but they're not really here. And so a lot of men are going to have to understand that you're trying to see something in somebody that they can't even see in themselves. And until they really get some help and deal with this from a psychological perspective, because it has nothing to do with the men. Like 18 years of your mom's tutelage, she has way more impact on you than a man out here does. So until they deal with that aspect of their own lack of feminine development, what men say to them in terms of getting them to change, it's basically going to fall on deaf ears, because they're not going to listen.
And Rael, maybe you can corroborate with this too. Because I want to touch on this it's going to be a problem when I talk about this. The epigenetics of promiscuity. I mean, it goes so deep. Listen to the way women talk when they're pregnant oftentimes. And there's kind of this psychological algorithm where the baby is seen low-key as a parasite.
It is. We're in a beautiful one stage in the Mouse Utopia.
Do you see how then the basis of relationship out the gate becomes a pattern of mutual exploitation rather than actual synergy?
It's transactional.
I can tell the difference, because I got one girl that's in Africa, right? The one chick is a single mother, and one chick is like a regular chick. And I could almost see that when I'm talking to the chick that's like a single mother, when I talk to her necessarily, right, I can see the breakdowns even from her mom to her necessarily, the breakdown. When I talk to the other chick necessarily, I can see necessarily the clear line of how her mom raised her necessarily, and why she's a successful mom necessarily, and why the other chick wants to be a successful mom. And I can actually see the difference. It's night and day over here, because the difference is so bad and so vast. You can really see it. It's almost palpable. You can almost really see it. So yeah, it's true that's epigenetic hoes, and I mean you got a whole bunch of hoes running around, man.
Hoeing in your blood, player. Go ahead.
Now to add to what Riles stated, this goes back to the family unit, then the subculture, and then if you look at especially a lot of tribes back in the day in Africa, they had rites of passage.
Thank you. And then what I've been talking about, y'all?
For the girls.
I told y'all.
No
And
escaping it.
and
I've
what
been
would
talking about
happen?
that rites of passage, man.
And what would happen, especially when it came to relationship with the opposite sex, when they became, of age, teenagers, what they would do is the first sexual experience, many of these tribes, what they would do, they would take the top, it would be with a top 10%er, whether female or male. That would be your first sexual experience. Not with some homie or some chick down the street. It was well vetted because they already knew the game. And that doesn't occur, obviously, in America, and especially in Black America. And I'm not, when I say this, because a lot of Black people get upset. And the reason why they get upset is because, again, many of them, they don't read.
Well, it
Or they
goes.
don't want to accept what has actually occurred. Again, as Nameless has stated, I don't know how many times, but I don't think people getting it. When you bring a bunch of Africans from different tribes who don't understand each other, then you give them a language you want them to understand and a different version of a religion. That is your beginning, and then they position your women above you. People don't
Well,
But
understand we're
look at what.
still on that time.
But look at what happens when you've got a situation where these kids are being brought into the world from the very onset with absolutely no purpose involved for their being. That's what I think is probably the greatest modern evil with regards to that. Because when you look at what's happening, and the last Zulu can corroborate, a lot of these children that are born in these tribes, at the very least, there's some acknowledgement of their existence from the very onset before they're even born.
Mhm.
There's divinations done as to their purpose, reasons why they'll be offered certain skills, and even the name that they're given is loaded with presupposition and setting them in a particular path and trajectory.
yeah, they'll actually reflect on before they just name a child. They'll spend some time to really ponder it before they even name the child.
Exactly.
Yeah, the girl I'm talking to, I think her mama named her something. I can't say the African name necessarily, but it means hope and joy necessarily, right? And the other girl I'm talking to is I think her name is for the will of God necessarily. So even then, like they give these names or have purpose and meaning when they give these names.
Yeah.
They're not just giving them out for random facts, man. So you're right on that.
So in other words, they're not naming them Drumcretia, Mernisha.
Well,
Go ahead.
Or Chanel or Porsche.
Well, one of the things I've said is that, like I said, you had a purpose, and where now the children are just basically a means to, especially in the Black community.
They're a sacrifice. They're a sacrifice.
A lot of people don't realize it, and I was tell people like this because I said maybe I need to start making content just telling these kids I to let you know, your mama don't love you. You are just basically to keep your mother from being put out on the streets, and I'll prove it to you. Like I said when I sing, I said, like, think about it. How many women did you date? We've been at least for the last 3.5, 4 years, no, even longer than that. That damn near every school nationwide has the damn thing where you can see if your child did their homework, their classwork, and all that. I mean, that's right up on your phone. But how many broads have you dated that you can be like, let me see your phone and see if that app's on there? It's not. Because basically the only thing the child was just to make sure that I didn't get put out on the street. It delayed me being an adult and being responsible for my actions for a couple more years. That's the only thing the children are. And they don't realize that they're sacrifices. Your mama don't care about you. And I tell people all the time, I said, bad baby mama starter kit. A pair of Jordans, a jogging suit, a TV, and a video game.
He said, "Baby."
I mean, that's basically what you got.
That's
fucked up
because I got 2 out of the 3.
Now I said, see, this is the bad thing. Like I said, is this where I've never looked at myself as above average, but then when I feel like how I live my life, I've lived my life as a person above average. So I've been a little bit more successful with women. I can go out here and I can talk to anybody, all of this shit. And I mean, it's literally where I'm out here and I'm meeting women and I can get the skin, this, that, and the other. And usually by the time I even filter them down, they done already turned me off where I don't even want to stick my dick in you. And I mean, it's because it's become a person who has got the gift of gab, can talk to anybody. Like you see me walking the stores and I talk to these motherfuckers like I know them. And, but then it's gotten to the point where our women are just so trash that it's like by the time you realize it, you might as well go smoke a blunt. It'll be better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like literally, because there is no substance in none of these women. And I'm
Judge, you kind of cut out, so you know
got more knowledgeable. Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, continue.
As I've gotten older and gotten more.
There he goes. He'll probably be back. Ryo, go ahead, and then I think somebody else.
Ohio Wireless, go ahead.
Get after Ryo.
Let me say this. I have covered this topic extensively about this rites of passage. The rites of passage, for boys and girls, was literally how boys became men and how girls became women. This notion that you become a man at 25 just because you're older, or you're 30, or you're 21, that's not how. In our traditions, in our culture, historical cultural traditions, that's not how your manhood and your womanhood was developed. Your manhood, your masculinity was developed by elders, men who went before you, men who understood what you would have to face in the world as a man, what your responsibilities were to yourself, to your family, to your tribe. For women, the same thing. When a girl first has her cycle, it's a very traumatic break from childhood, and it requires elder women to help teach her what her responsibility is with her body, because now she has the power to carry life. So obviously, they're going to be wanting somebody 13 to be trying to carry a child. So they're going to show her what this represents for her. It's not a bad thing. And they're going to show her what she needs to do to become a woman. And so when you look at it from this frame of reference, it's clear that in Black America, that's not prevalent. It's not. And the irony of it is that, and I've said this about Black females specifically, because it's not right. You have Black females, older females, who drank the Kool-Aid, who were looking for acceptance from white feminists, who dropped the ball on the historical traditions that especially silent generation taught them. And they went out there, ran the streets, did all that wild shit. The daughters looking at them learned from them. And then when they were out there doing things they weren't supposed to do, not because they were bad girls, but because they had poor teachers, instead of these women owning what they did to these younger females and taking accountability and being culpable, they would participate in the notion that Black women are just naturally sexually deviant and provocative. But they allow this definition to be visited upon the very girls they didn't initiate into their womanhood in the first place. It's very devious. It's one of the most heinous things that you can visit upon Black girls. And to top it off, for you to try to get shine off of Black girls on things like Black Girls Rock, when you have done absolutely nothing to help show them how to become the women they're supposed to be, is one of the most disgraceful things. Forget what our experiences with these women are for a moment. The fact that you have prepared these girls so poorly for womanhood in the world that they're going to have to face. Is one of the, it will go down as one of the worst things that has happened internally in the group. And this was a choice. Nobody made these women do it. Nobody put a spell on them or anything like that. They made a choice that was selfish and it was selfish for them at the detriment to the girls and ultimately the community.
And see, I want to piggyback on that and revisit what I was speaking about with the verbal martial art that you guys know I'm working on, specifically Sword Form 3 that I call the Demon Gate. And the objective behind that is to describe how when people's needs aren't being met, generally there's a propensity to instead take, seize, and deny from others. In other words, those of you that are familiar with Jungian psychology, to fall on the weakest aspects of your nature, that bottom line that's left when nothing else can succeed, that demon function within your cognitive stack, to fall back on, quote, demon time and get those needs met. Let me put this up here real quick. Can you guys see this?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah,
Let me go back to this view. Maybe that's better.
definitely.
Yeah. So this is
I know where you're going with
Maslow's.
this, and you ain't even said it yet. I can feel it. I know. I mean, like that's going to show you how we think alike.
We on the same page,
Where you
fam.
going? Yeah. Oh, definitely. We've been.
Yeah.
I know I said it. So, like you know. Go ahead.
So I want people to understand this is known as Maslow's pyramid of needs. And most people who have taken a psych course got to see one of his earlier models of this pyramid, where it was generally only 5 placements. And there was a bigger emphasis on self-actualization. He did an excellent book that I highly advise people take a look at when you get time. And it documents his conclusions towards the end of his life, and really dealing with transformative experiences. And really it centers around finding meaning in life. Most of our psychology, our ability to transcend despair, really stems on human beings having purpose. And I really want to emphasize that. The book in question that I want to bring forward is called The Further Reaches of Human Nature by Abraham Maslow. And I'll put a link to that in the chat. But the third sword form really goes out of its way to highlight how these personal needs that need to be met. And we'll start with these bottom 4 here, because there's 8 levels to this one right here. It begins with physiological, safety, belonging and love, and esteem. And these 4 constitute what's required for a human being to cope with reality. That's just the bare minimum. If you can have these modalities addressed, the later 4 have context. So until you can have a physiological, and they're definitely made in proportion to need, the lower on the list they are. These aren't options. You need that physiological foundation. You need to have the safety. You need to have belonging and love. You need to have esteem. And with that said, then you could begin to consider your cognitive value, your aesthetic value, your self-actualization, being able to find meaning in your life in a general sense, and transcendence, being able to really contemplate what purpose your life has and to go beyond that, to find these transformative experiences that go beyond that, to give you that sense of love for planet Earth and people around you, other human beings. But I want to highlight this right here, because I think not only does this begin with the culture, I think with the person, I think these can be extended to the culture. I think you can extend the history of a people and line up a people's history and go through this chart side by side and find a tendency with how that culture tends to cope with these modalities. And I think that gets downplayed entirely too much when we get into the experience the Ado social complex went through on that plantation. Because if you look at what our needs were, we were not in control of the majority of these things. We didn't have control of our physiological well-being. We didn't have control of the food we ate. We didn't have control of how we got that. We weren't in control of the environment we were in to acquire safety. Belonging and love, may have been something that was absolutely forced on us to a certain degree so we can cope. But by and large, our bonding mechanisms were coming from a place of scarcity with these things.
10:04.
Oh, he's on it. Judge, if you can mute, because I think your background's coming through.
Oh, okay.
And then, when we get into the matter of esteem, you don't have time to address these things when every day you're stuck on a plantation working to meet some kind of quota, or you're busy trying to get your needs met by an external force, i.e. validation and acknowledgement from the individuals running the plantation. These are things that were embedded and instilled as coping mechanisms to deal with reality for centuries for us. So, and I don't want to turn this into, the classic conversation on slavery, but I want to draw the issue of how we learn to cope with things and how we take those same coping mechanisms into the present moment. And most of these mechanisms would have been experienced and passed on epigenetically to the children, which again creates a feedback loop of reinforcement over time, because now you not only have the genetic predisposition to adapt in the way that would help you survive the plantation, you're now recreating them because the experiences that you're having in the hood, the experiences you're having in the neighborhood that are there, the experience that you're having in the social environment from people that have already been wounded are reinforcing these things, flipping the on switch of those predispositions. And now you're on demon time from the very onset, creating the very parasitic relationship we're talking about. And not only is it just a behavioral predisposition, it's now part of the culture. That whole axiom of I gotta get mine, so I'm gonna take yours. Go ahead, Sam.
But see, Nameless, that's why the reason why I really start hitting hard with this rites of passage perspective, because at the foundation, the ultimate goal of the rites of passage was to create men and women who were fit to come together for the purpose of building a family. So one of the things that made me slide away from the pro-Black stuff that I was learning in college back in the day was the fact that I saw people who were studying all the history of Africa, and they were going, now I did have professors who, they weren't silly. I'm not going to say all of them were. I had professors, one in particular, who went to Africa. And he wanted to go speak to the Babalawo, the griots. And you know what he asked them to teach him how to do? He asked them, how can he best teach the children in America? And because he understood that foundationally, understanding the traditions and the cultures, that's where you need to start. But most of the other people with the dashikis on and the kente cloths and all that, with all the facade, even those who were going over there, they still were on that nigga shit. And so I realized that family was not at the foundation of what they were doing. Accolades were, positioning, and even in the educational corporate structure, because many colleges do operate from a corporate vantage point, even though they might be set up as nonprofits. And I remember going to one of my professors, and I said to her, I said, look, I said, if these people can study all this stuff about Africa and all the good social customs and mores that help create some of the greatest people, I said, if they can study all this stuff and they can't get it right, I said, what's the hope for the regular people out here who ain't even privy to this information? And she sat back and she kind of smiled, and she was like, and I'll never forget when she said to me, she said, I don't want you to tell anybody this. She said, but I'm beginning to believe that, this Black study stuff is becoming not obsolete. And it was just like, because I was already there. And for her to have got her PhD, and my professor, her background was the Black family. That's where her PhD coursework came through. She was all about the relationships in the family. And that's always been my centerpiece, like at the end of the day, because when you truly have family, everybody is supposed to win in the family. It's not supposed to be a power dynamic to where only one person gets theirs and everybody else is messed up. So if you're not really addressing things that really truly affect the most basic unit, animals operate in family. I mean, you got giraffes, they congregate amongst each other, lions, different types of animals, elephants. Like, you're talking about one of the most basic units on the planet. If you're not going to get that right, everything else from there, it ain't gonna work. It's just, you're not going to get the results you're looking for. And it's not something that you should really have to negotiate. We shouldn't have to sit here and negotiate with women on how to prepare and establish a good family structure. That's not something to negotiate. That should be something that these women should be running to. Like, yeah, we need this. We need good fathers for our children. If they're not moving in that vein, we can give all the data we want to. If they don't value family, you can forget about it. Because family is culture.
And this is why I said earlier, it's over. You cannot change them, and you have to move forward. You cannot wait. You get one life, and once you start really understanding the human being and understanding the stages, 0 to 7, 8 to 17-ish, and then all the way up to about 26 when the frontal lobe is fully developed, it's a wrap. The amount of work it takes to essentially change, it's possible. This goes back to probability. It's possible, but what's the probability they're actually going to put in work and be consistent when the environment is reinforcing them not to be that way?
Right.
It's highly unlikely.
Environment's not inclusive to it. I mean, I hate to say, I think that we're probably looking at the downfall of humanity, because I think it's so many of us that has got a bad. We're in this bad strut right now, to where, like I said, we're in the beautiful one stage of the mouse utopia. Right after that, they all died.
Well, Dre, did you peep the Hive Theory live stream I did?
Huh?
Did you peep the live stream I did talking about Hive Theory?
Yeah, but see, right, but the Hive Theory, because the problem is this, though. If you've got, like, say we got 5% of the people, we be nice. Say we got 20% of the people that believe in family and stuff still. That's still not enough to sustain us.
Well, this is what
you got 80% still, 80% still living by no rules and destruction.
Oh no, they'll just die off.
No. This is why the Hive Theory answers to that. What I'm saying is, we've kind of got a clock that's running in the background. It's how fast can fourth industrial wave solutions and transhumanism interfere and intervene before the reproduction rate recedes too quickly for there to be enough people left to adopt these modalities. So I think that's why we're going to see an escalation politically of globalization, starting with regional globalization, and then these modalities being promoted in the media and technology being taught as a solution for family makeups. So we're getting this whole family village idea, starting with, women having multiple husbands, greenlighting things like serial monogamy, and making it easier for women to go from relationship to relationship legally, with there being a little bit less of a consequence and downside for men by not giving as much of a financial burden, but getting the birth rate artificially higher because now one chick can have multiple baby fathers, which is again starting to look exactly like this hive dynamic we're talking about before. Then you introduce the technologies where we have artificial wombs, genetic editing. You've got life extension technology that's going to be rolled out. A lot of this stuff is already here. It's just we're waiting for the green light from the ethics side of the conversation to end up going through. And I'm gonna really start covering that part of hive theory because I think that's where we're gonna really get a lot of context to what the bigger conversation is being had on the global scene about a lot of these things. Because we already know that one possible solution is dialing back rights that women have attained, and we're not going to see that. They're not going to put the toothpaste back in the toothpaste container. So the only thing they can do is try to escalate this fourth industrial technology, and it's definitely going to begin with transhumanism. And I already see culturally and politically that direction being pushed if we look at the alphabetization of the feminist movement and how that push to supersede culturally the role of women with the idea of it being intergender and a removal of biological association with identity, since this technology would provide a modality to provide or bypass biological predetermination and have intellectually driven identity and determination. This term self-evolution is key. I got to start talking about transhumanism more,
Nameless, do
fam.
you think that's going to end up happening? Well, I have two questions about this. One, do you think how it's going to happen to women? Like how essentially it sounds like what you're saying is in like simplified terms, trans women will usurp cisgendered women. Like
It's
that.
already
Even
starting to
those
happen politically.
exactly. And then
It's
my
already
second,
happening politically.
but then my other question
Exactly.
was that I had asked you in the chat, like, what's your, because I think you're like 20 years older than me or whatever, something like that. What is your opinion on, because you lived your life like before, like a lot of the trans stuff got more mainstream. I found
Right.
out some of the people, just kind of give you some context. Some of the people I went to school with, I think like 4 or 5 people I've realized so far, like have transitioned from being like, it might be close to 10 to be honest with you, have transitioned from being like men to now women. And I was like, damn, that's a lot of fucking people. This all happened, I think, the span of like 2 or 3 years.
Yep.
So I was wondering, like, how does that affect? This might be a simplified question or a dumb question to ask, but how does that affect dating long term? Does that mean it's just more? Does that really mean like the 80-20 stuff comes into play in real life, or I mean, like, what does that also mean that you have one, yeah, 80-20 stuff come into real life? Two, does that mean you also have like less, obviously, probably have less people being reproduced? But you know, I think you also said they're going to have the artificial womb to kind of bypass
Right.
that. And then
Right.
three, does that also? I'm assuming that will also whack out how people, one, connect to each other, and two, connect to their kids or those artificially wombed kids. Could you
Right.
speak to
So
like what your
we've got
forecast is on that?
right, and that was what my hive theory covered by definition. Like that was
Okay.
literally what my hive theory is addressing. I'm showing the trajectory where we're going to have the overwhelming majority of human beings left on Earth essentially performing the role of being non-reproducing females. There being a small, no greater than 5% male population that still effectively is just being sperm donors, and
Drones.
they're the literal drones within the hive, and a smaller, less than 1% female queen class that is working with essentially the world governments and hierarchy by way of technology, and everybody being united the same way hives and colonies are from pheromones with uh I'm gonna call it social media and big systems, sophisticated systems based technology. So think deep, huge, sophisticated information and cloud structures that
Mm-hmm.
are able to store massive amounts of data that people can uplink and create a kind of metaverse like duality or dual existence. All as included with, I'm going to call it augmented reality. So people will be identifying with their social group more so than their family group. And I
Yep.
think that's going to be how you emulate clutches in a hive, where different clusters socialize and work together and form specialized roles as related to that cluster, and that particular cluster will be programmed by the overarching authority to perform a role. So I highlighted that with observing how generations are getting smaller and smaller. So the amount of information that's being passed through at any given moment supersedes dramatically the kind of information overload that people may have experienced 100 years ago. It's not even compared.
Yep.
So if you have Generation Alpha, for example, over the period of 2 years, you effectively have a different generation 2 years later, rather than a 20-year span that we actually measure. That 20 years was based off approximations and information flow that was on, telegram level of information. And you can already see a lot of those differences when you just take a look at the millennials. The first half of the millennials is dramatically different than the second half.
Yep.
And the difference between the two is the introduction of the internet. And it continues to escalate and go even faster when you get into the zillennials, to where the zillennials they're definitely at a 10-year span of difference at minimum, but they're
10
probably
years.
closer to 5 years apart as far as being able to function completely different. And it's just going to get faster and faster and faster. And so as this happens, and you've got these specialized clusters of people that are being calibrated to perform specific roles in society and identify with their cluster group, that's literally hive management and
Yes.
organization 101.
So you basically
Nameless,
mean a
when-
management by
nameless-
default, then basically.
Nameless. When you bring this up, the image that always comes to mind is the Matrix, literally
Yeah.
zapping in, zapping out, and more specifically, Machine City, with all the humans sitting in there as batteries.
I mean,
People don't get it.
Well, see, the thing is that, okay, if you look at the continent, for example, you're talking about roughly 530 million women alone. That's more than the total population of the United States.
Yes.
You're talking about 20 million, roughly, Black American men. Okay. Who have the ability to be technologically connected to these women to be able to help. Zulu is over there now. I have conversations with sisters from the continent. I have a few that I'm courting right now. And from a cultural perspective, I have more in common with them from a cultural and value perspective than I have in common with the average Black American female. It's not even close.
Makes sense.
And then when you talk about the aesthetic, because see, the 1990s really was the last decade where Black females were really the apple of our eye. Like, that was the last decade. We had the Angela Bassett, we had the Nia Longs at that time, we had the Lauryn Hills, those types from an aesthetic perspective. The women that I've seen and I've met over there, you're talking about something that I've said this for a long time. People are, because we're such a small group, we're such a small population in the United States, and this is where the abortion really messed it up for Black American women. You don't need a large contingent of Black men to lead Black America for it to collapse. You don't need it. That's why you're seeing all this stuff about the voting stuff going so hard, because you don't need that much to flip it. All you need, I would probably say 10, maybe 15% of the most productive men to completely drop out of the dating pool in terms of being an option for Black American women long term. It's done. Like you're talking about a whole bunch of resources being taken away. And so for me, I think that Black men have, since I would say, man, you talked about this nameless, I would say since Reconstruction, like since Black men first got the right to vote and Black men were getting elected to Congress, Black men have never been in a position to wield more power in America than they are now. As a collective, if they know how to mobilize it
Correct.
properly.
Message.
That's the key. That's the key more so than anything. The proper mobilization. And a lot of people don't even know, man, that Booker T. Washington, along with George Washington Carver, were trying to set up their own cotton economy in Togo. They were trying to set up their own cotton economy to compete with the white races in the South. Like, blueprints have already been done before.
Yeah.
We, as Black men, have to become much more global in our outlook to really, really capture what kind of direction we want to go in, because ultimately it's the men who build the culture.
Yep.
And so it needs to be headed by Black men. Black men are going to have to, the Black America that I knew when my great grandparents were alive, when they had good family values, good structure, things like that, that Black America no longer exists. We're just fumbling the ball in the rain and mud and Soldier Field, trying to bring this Black America back together. That Black America is never coming back. It's never coming back. Black men with something going for themselves, who are productive, who want that family structure. You do have places where you can get that. You just have to stop feeling guilty for choosing yourself first. And you're going to have to literally let what you think you're trying to hold on to here, consciously and subconsciously, you got to let that idea go. And you have to be for you first. Because if you approach the world with that mentality, you're going to make better choices for yourself and ultimately for the future, because we are going to have to form conglomerates and blocks to really start moving in different directions, because we're going to need support around each other, for each other. So that Black America is no longer here. The sooner Black men accept that reality, it would be a whole lot better for a lot of Black men. I have seen weddings. I have seen video footage of weddings in Africa from brothers from the States getting married there, being accepted into the culture. I'm talking about bawling, crying, because they feel like they're home and they feel like they have something that they didn't have before in the United States, and that's family.
I'm glad you said that, because as I stated, why we need to just leave and move forward is exactly for that reason. Because what a lot of guys don't understand, they're forgetting we're not a monolith. You're competing with everybody else internationally, and there's no way in hell you're going to do it by yourself. And especially if your other halves, are essentially or effectively underdeveloped. They're basically teenagers mentally. Sad to say. So yes, 10, 15%, really 20%, I would say, because that's critical mass. And that's when I think that's when you would actually see things moving along sooner than later.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my take. I mean, my small little group, we've been studying this stuff I've been part of the group for 4 years, but the older guys have been studying this stuff for decades. And most of their studies come from Africa. I mean, my family's from Liberia, so I understand exactly what he was just stating. I mean, it's the truth. I have one half on even both sides of my family. The ones who took more on most of the traits, the quote unquote modern America traits, they're not doing, on average, you're not doing anywhere as well as those of us who have not on any level, financially, career, relationally, health-wise, at all. It's very clear.
And see,
I like
this
to
is
say
why I push the idea of us being global citizens, and I push the idea of political Mandalorianism. And I really hope people understand. I'm not saying that to meme the show. No, look into what the Mandalorians actually are as a culture. I mean, you could do a side by side comparison of what black men have done in antiquity all throughout history. Period. Like we have been this ability, this ability to adapt to any and every environment we find ourselves on planet Earth, contrary to how it's described. You know, I look at our presence in America as a pit stop when I look at the history of black men in general. And I know this is an unpopular opinion to have about our narrative, but I can't name any other group of people who could endure chattel slavery that was able to handle domestication during that domestication process, be mixed with the most diverse and resilient strains of human beings from the continent, and have us genetically isolated to the same places in this continent that has been isolated from the whole rest of the world. I mean, when you look at what we produce as athletes, when you look at what we produce in institutions when we get a fair shot, do you understand what that says about our genetic potential to find talent if given the opportunity to grow in the right environment? And you can extend that same conversation out to people who are on the continent right now. You won't even find people on the continent that is genetically diverse with so many streams and tribes of people than African Americans and folks in the greater diaspora. But America in particular, thanks to that domestication process that happened with Thomas Jefferson and the domestic slave trade. And again, for folks that want to read up on that, there's a great book, The American Slave Coast, that really breaks all of that down. Our potential is profound. And we're at that state to where this is a double-edged sword, which is why I'm blowing the whistle on what's going on with this hive theory. Yes, things are escalating in a certain trajectory. But just like I described in the beginning with Kid No Sin, if you understand that goes both ways, where your ability to act in this window is you can cover the amount of work that would normally take generations within just a few years in the correct environment. And when you look at what globalization looks like on Africa, everybody else has to deal with the resource question. Everybody else has to deal with the human resource issue. Africa is primed for the fourth industrial wave. And I use this as a metaphor, and I'm only saying this to create an image. If there was ever an opportunity to create a Wakanda, now was where we plant the seeds for that, so that something like that has the potentiality to be realized in 2100, 2200, rather than being a permanent global underclass that's left behind and used as everybody's science experiment because they need melanated people to handle radiation in the Van Allen belt and to be able to have resilient genomes that can handle various mutations on the moon or Mars or wherever else they want to terraform, maybe even Venus. That's really the question we need to look at. If you can look at our history as a people and understand that we are essentially the custodians of the human race, in that we predate everybody. And if we predate everybody, our story doesn't start and then we left the Caucasus Mountains. Our story doesn't start with and then we found the Yellow River. Our story doesn't start with and then we followed the reindeer here. We start at the very place we find Homo sapiens sapien. As far as I'm concerned, we have been everywhere and can continue to go anywhere, especially with modalities that are going to be made possible through the fourth industrial revolution by way of technology.
And nameless.
I wanted to say something real quick. I've been quiet for a long time, long time. Now, I necessarily I wanted to say like two things. But I lived in America for most of my life. I'm 32 right now. And when I came to Africa and I sat here, and I spent at least basically I've been spending here for about a month now. I can say legitimately, I think I found my purpose in life necessarily when I came to this continent. When I came to this continent and I was able to talk to the people, and I gained a more deeper understanding necessarily of where I wanted to live, how I wanted to set up my life necessarily, and where I saw myself in the next 20, 30, and 40 and 50 years. But when I was in the US, that was almost like a blur to me. It was almost like you had your own blinders on. So for me, at least for me, for my personal self, I think most people should have the opportunity to come see and learn why they still have the opportunity and why they still drop her.
Well, I mean, Africa is ripe for technological advancement. You know, looking at different things, showing how technologically savvy many of the people on the continent are. You know, that's always been the history of the continent anyway. There's always been technological know-how there. Colonization interrupted that. You know, when I talk to sisters on the continent, I'm always taken aback when they playing our music. Much of what I hear from them is mostly R&B. And when you're talking to a sister and you hear in the background, you hear Tevin Campbell in the background. You're being shown that there's that connection through the music and through the culture. And so I said a long time ago when I was in college that we both have something to offer. Many of the people that I was around were talking about how, you know, we need to get connected, the diaspora and stuff like that. I said that because we're from America, we have a economic advantage that many of the people on the continent don't have. I said, but one of the things that we need from the people on the continent is the cultural aspect. And so there's a mutually beneficial relationship there that can be had in a positive way. One of the reasons why I have been pushing for the rites of passages so much is because when you do the study of the rites of passage, what you understand is that your rites of passage was not just about trying to show you how to be a man and a woman, especially for men. Your rites of passage was about connecting you to your origin, to your creation itself, back to your deity, your God. This is very important for people to understand. To know that you weren't created, you were created for a positive purpose. The religions of the continent, the traditional religions, talk about being born with the spark of divinity, the spark of God within you. And so when you have such a powerful and positive self-concept of yourself, it's what allows you to go out there and build such greatness, because you have such a powerful origin story that tells you that you're great. And so, you know, your rites of passage is not just about teaching you how to go over here and make a weapon and go out here and, you know, hunt and all these different things. Those things are very important. But from a self-concept perspective, it teaches you how to tie into your creator. And when you look at it from that perspective, you see why it was so important for them to initiate men like that. Because you didn't want men going out there with a low view of themselves. You didn't want men to go out there hanging their heads low because they didn't feel like they were worth anything. Through your rites of passage, you were being taught and initiated and saying you had value from that particular perspective, from the elders who gave you that wherewithal to go out there, embrace the challenges in the world, because ultimately they were going to pass away and they were going to need you to take the mantle and push the group further. So we can't really diminish, man, how, I'm not saying we are, I'm saying people in general can't really diminish how important those rites of passages really are.
Okay, I got Gilgami up here, but real quick, I want to read this Cash App that just came in, and we'll continue. We've got we're gonna say initials are DS. Fam, I appreciate you for the Cash App. He didn't leave a message, but us. And Gyogami's up here, and while his connection's stable, I want him to go ahead and make his statement. And then Rael, you can follow up after that, and then we'll leave it to the rest of the
people. Oh, yeah, I've been waiting for you. Go ahead, brother.
Mbote, fam.
Mbote Bangile, nameless. Greetings to everyone on the panel. Greetings to everyone in the chat. I had some connection with trouble my connections, so it's possible that I'm going to be disconnected. I try to go further. So to go along with what Nameless and Rael were mentioning, especially when Nameless was presenting the hierarchy of the pyramid of Maslow, I was discussing it with my brothers of the craft, which I'm part of. I was mentioning what Nameless was talking about, and we all had the same conclusion.
Is that him or us?
It's him.
Oh, damn, man, that sucks, man.
Yeah, that's him.
If he comes back, we'll grab him. Yeah, if he comes back, we'll grab him up.
I really want to hear what he had to say.
Yeah, man, that region in the Congo is important, man. A lot of us need to kind of link out a bit more and kind of get a grasp of what's happened, because that's part of the story that has not been presented to African Americans in general. The conversation has been very isolated to West Africa, and I don't think many of us have been able to understand the interconnectedness of the continent as far as the narrative is concerned prior to the Berlin Conference, and it's really frustrating.
Nameless, I can say pretty much this. Even most people from the continent don't even understand that point, because like literally when I'm here and I'm talking to some of these dudes, I'm talking to some of these women, it's almost like they were stuck in a time capsule for like the last 200 years. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Fam, you do know why, right? Like colonialism.
I understand.
No.
Like, I understand in some ways. Yeah.
I'm saying this to emphasize the point. Like the damage that colonialism did was almost essentially to keep their conversation along with us utterly and completely hindered. Gyogami's back, but go ahead, fam.
Okay, sorry again. Yes, I heard the last part that Nameless said about trying to keep the people of the diaspora in the continent. Where it's actually absolutely
start from the beginning because you got cut off at least. Start from the exact beginning we were talking about.
Yeah. So I will piggyback on what I was saying and what Nameless just said. That it is true that the aim of the systems was to keep people from the continent and those from the diaspora separate, because what they were trying to actually prevent by all this Renaissance African, what those wise men were saying, the John Henry Clark, and all the Diop was saying, was the emergence of an African systems that would supplement the capitalistic way of doing things. Because what the authors of this world are actually saying is the proposition of a world where capitalism in the fourth industrialization is trying to counter, if you could say. And if you know something about Dr. Harari, he says we have to face two options: either go into a societies of robots or societies of initiates. The societies of initiates, it was the grandmasters on the continent are aiming for. They do not wish to go towards the singularity. They wish to go towards this, take advantage of the fourth revolution of industries, but to move towards a full actualization of what it is to be human. The kimuntu, the fourth, and what nameless refers to as steam muhaha, the mass of industries and the technologies.
Yeah.
They aim for the singularity, but as Nameless once said, behind the veil, it is a form of slavery disguised as technological progress. Our aim should be to use the technological progress and also the old science of what it is to be human to transcend the current state of what you are towards what you are supposed to be through an actual science of what it is to be human within this technology, because the West has come to the full extent of what they're able to do without transforming the humans into a battery. But that is not the aim of humans. Humans are not meant to be at the service of the tool. The tool is meant to be at the service of the humans. And that transcendence, the aim of true human, to know what it is, the purpose for which we are born, that is the mission of life, which is revealed through the oracles, which is revealed to the grand initiation. I talked about a certain grand Babalao. I shared a book with Nameless months ago, the Professor Sylvain Kwasi, who is the voice of Dahomey. In current terms, you would say he's the high priest of Ta when it comes to the Ifa is Ta. The people of West Africa called Ta Ifa. The P becomes the F in linguistics. So Fa is Afa, Ifa, Ofa. This is Ta. It is the grand science of the oracle. What the systems currently is going through is trying to impose the function, the hive mind. They're trying to impose the role to each people by modifying the way they will be born, etc. The way of the oracle of grand initiates is to decipher your mathematical chart of what you are, the mathematical chart that is currently within you, expose it to yourself, and enable you to walk a proper walk of life that will lead you towards the full actualization of what you are. In other words, instead of imposing the way onto you, they help you to manifest the way that is actually written within you, and then have a society based into which, according to each one has its place within the said societies. All are actually aiming towards transcendence in a proper harmonization of the different forces within. The problem is that, how would I say, those in the West are not necessarily in favor of such a model to be applied, because those currently in power would lose their positions if such a system were to come into place worldwide. And I would let other people to speak. Sorry for the connections.
No, you're fine, because this is key here. And this is where I get the axioms that I'm putting together with the nameless path. And Gilgami, you can tell me if this sounds familiar to you. The baseline axiom of the philosophy that I want to present, which I think is critical in framing a way to respond to this, is I begin by stating that the body is nothing more than a tool by which the soul is cultivated by way of the mind. Did you catch that?
Nitu Panzu, the organic body. Nitun Zinga, the soul and the mind.
Mm-hmm.
Nitun Saku, the spiritual body, where resides the true consciousness. Our bodies are only vehicles for us to experiment reality, Luzingu, life, and find ways to elevate ourselves to the path of life that we're supposed to walk in.
So you see how we're an entire continent away. I've not been initiated in any of those traditions, yet we can come to the exact same conclusion, which tells me there is a light code there that resonates with the same understanding, that when you take a three-pronged approach in a deep trinity of what constitutes the human, starting with mind, then body, then spirit, and understanding the pathway of cultivation begins with the mind, but the body's the metaphor for it so that the soul can be elevated. You can see how the way Western culture separates these things, isolates these things, and only emphasizes the body and has you think that the mind is a byproduct of what your body's done, and tries to leave all matters of the soul to some white dude in the sky throwing lightning bolts at people. You can see how you're left utterly agencyless to address these things. And you're left wide open to fall as essentially fodder for this I'm going to call it negative polarity modality of existence, which is going to require control and a hyper concentration of resources and focus on a small number of people that are going to gain control over everything. And that's precisely the way the West operates. So when we talk about an initiation based system, we're talking about the respect intrinsically and inherently to the individual's right to have their free will experienced, and a modality of acceptance and trust rather than fear and control. And that's
That's
just
why
not something you can control. Go ahead, fam.
that's why I've been telling people. This is since I was in my master's program, instructional design and technology. I've been telling people that, especially men who have sons, especially in the high school level, it is imperative that either you get them in a joint enrollment program where they spend most of their day in a trade program, or to take them out, make them get their GED, and get them into some trade program. Many of these companies are working with their government public partnerships, where they're literally helping to design the curriculum, where a lot of their training is actually in these particular jobs. They're getting paid training for these jobs, and they can literally start their life. Like, if you look at things like the National Geographic, if you look at the 20th century, many whites did a lot of study of so-called primitive cultures, and what they saw, much of what they talked about, much of what they researched was specifically designed around rites of passages. They know it. They know it deeply. It's in the literature. They know how boys are developed. They know how girls are developed. And for the men specifically, that's why so many boys are languishing in school. They don't want that shit. They don't want that goofy shit. Like, they want to do something. They want to be active. They got to sit in the classroom. They got to be still all the time. They got to be around girls. You do one of the most heinous things you can do to boys and girls is to have them around each other when they're going through all these hormonal changes. They must be separated. It's criminal. It's a criminal thing to do. Like, because they can't concentrate. Boys looking at girls, girls looking at boys. They're not going to be focused. You gotta take that. That's the reason why in these places where people deemed it primitive, they were separated, because you needed to get them to be focused on what was required of them to be, in order for them to attain manhood and womanhood.
Yeah. Well, but this is one of the things I want to say. I'm back now. I went and had to get another charger for the phone.
Welcome back,
the
fam.
the problem we have is this. This is the problem. The people with us, we looking at it with logic, and we see that, oh, this stuff will happen. But like I said, I say this is the beginning of the end, because this is the problem. You can't will the motherfuckers. I mean, you can't will this shit back to the way it is. Getting your shit together and getting these boys together and don't mean shit.
He fell off, but I'll just follow that up by saying I think it's not so much that it's an end, it's a new beginning. And I see
Yeah,
opportunity.
I was
And
gonna
I'm very, Rael, you a Scorpio, you already know how we deal with that. To us,
say.
death ain't nothing but a cycle, you know.
Yeah,
So, like, I
yeah.
think this idea of Black as it was envisioned by the pro-Black movement entering into the 40s and 50s, I think that ran its course because feminism killed it. But I think that cultural seed that was planted by Garvey can be made realized because of the fourth industrial wave, which is why I want to highlight these things. And I really like what Yogami came up and offered, a posturing and contextualization of an alternative to singularity, which is initiation of the human being into higher states of existence, i.e., going back to that pyramid, actualization. I mean, it's not only possible, it's the most logical progression for melanated people, hands down. We are already close to the earth. We're talking about frequency and vibration. And we're talking about technologies that have the potential to, instead of lower your frequency, raise it. Can you imagine the kind of cognitive sciences that can be done where you can elevate brain waves and your moods to where you can have psychologic and psychedelic experiences and other planes that exist because they're on a certain frequency, and be able to save unheard of amounts of data there to learn and experience things you otherwise wouldn't be able to redefine what human means without having to rely on changing your genetics, without having to rely on taking substances to do these things, without having to replace your body parts with synthetic and prosthetic and silicon based technologies or nanotechnologies, the things you can do with the environments to create different pH levels that are conducive to various frequencies, to have sound serve as a means of healing. I mean, there's so much that's just waiting to get tapped into. And a
You
lot of
made
what blocks them out is melanin. Go ahead,
hold on,
Phil.
you talking about those processes that the shamans had
Oh yeah.
going through
Yep,
that were
crystals
that Hollywood turned into monsters,
and spookism.
and
I
spookyisms and
I
shit.
see that they keep getting me. I said, so where was I at when I got cut off?
You were saying it was over. Go ahead,
Yeah,
man.
I said, okay, like it's over. I said, because this is the problem. Like, we're telling the men and we're telling the boys, we're trying to get them and we're schooling them in shape. But I hate to say something. That is just another part of the way this power is the system that be is powers is that controlling everything and controlling the narrative is this. We're gonna tell the boys, yeah, go ahead and do this. You need to do this, be better of a person, this, that, and the other. But if you don't have the other half of the equation, the females, you're still looking at the end. Because basically how we wanted to put you in the system and the soil if you was a boy, put you in jail like prison pipeline. Well, what they did to the women is the women think, well, we wasn't in jail. No, motherfucker, what we did is we created an environment that just put y'all in student loan debt. That's y'all jail. I mean, if you realize, the system is like, wait a minute, we're going to put you in debt and we got you making a little bit more money, which you're going to get back to us. I mean, because there's no, you figure you don't need your man. The man figure, the man ain't never really been out there saying we don't need a woman. We want a woman, but we realize that the environment is not conclusive to raising a child and all like that. Like, to me, I would hate to bring a child in this world right now. And I'm not even going to lie. I was sitting there talking to my cousin the other day. I said, man, I ain't going to lie. If you're going to have a kid now, you need to be making you need at least, I say, about $170,000 a piece.
More.
You need, right, I'm per couple, person. So that way, I said, because this is the problem. You need to make sure that you don't lose your seed tainted by all of these dummies around here. And those, like I said, you are the 20%. You got 80% of motherfuckers that's going to destroy or half of your children get a car accident, be tainted, and they start going down the wrong road. I mean, I hate to say, it's probably at this point no coming back for that. The only way that we'll probably survive as a human species is if we move to another planet to where we're dependent on each other again. We go back to like damn near nothing. Like
Right.
say
Well, I
we
mean, I
went to
think that's the
Mars,
goal. I think the
right? We
goal
went to
is to go to another
Mars and
planet.
went back to nothing, to where you had to be with that other person. Because if you're not too work, huh?
When you started talking about as far as the education part, see, like I said before, my master's program, we talked about this stuff. Men need to start looking at women who can do what women used to do.
But this is the problem.
In terms, hold on, before you say that, and I mean in terms of children. Women used to teach their own children. They didn't send them anywhere to be taught.
Correct.
And so that's the proper orientation. Because if no teachers existed, who gonna teach your damn child?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the first priority. That's why you're starting to see a kind of an uptick in homeschooling amongst blacks.
Right.
Which was the norm.
And so that's exactly, matter of fact, Ted Cruz tried to put a tax credit to parents who homeschooled their kids, I think maybe a couple years ago, and it was stripped out of the bill that was on the floor. But see, men are going to have to start thinking on this particular level. You want a woman, because, like, for example, I mean, I've talked to women on the continent. So when I've asked them, well, how much money would you need a month to pay the bills, like to be comfortable? I mean, the number I get is like $200 a month. I'm like, wait.
Right.
I'm like, so if you making some you ain't gotta be no dude making 100,000. If you got the means to be able to have a woman over there, provide for her, or you making money, you go visit, whatever, like a lot of people do, because I've seen a lot of Africans do this throughout the years, and have her teach that child. That's better for you anyway, because your child is getting the culture that they need. They get emotional connection with the mother they definitely going to need. And they're in a safer environment as opposed to being around people's badass kids learning badass habits that go against what you're trying to teach them in the first place.
Yeah, definitely. But this is the only problem that I have, is that the flaw that you don't see in that. Remember, I've been a salesman all my life, so I've always known it's a numbers game. The numbers, unless we can get an overwhelming percentage of people to adopt these ways, it's not going to happen. I mean, the men will go ahead and do that. I'm pretty sure you can get it easily. I mean, if we started this process, we can get easily 35-40% of men to adopt it within a month or two. Month or two.
More than that.
Right. 30. I'm saying that's being easy. I mean, that's being, on the low end. We could probably get even as much as 70 to 80%, because you already know with the gangs and stuff, the men join the game because they like that group of them being involved. So if we made it like a gang, but it's basically a way of living. Yeah. But the problem is, this is the problem with this is, our other half, who the women on the other side, they have too many distractions. Where I can see you got to get a woman over there. You got to make, as you say, you got to make sure she stay over there, or don't sit up here and turn Americanized, because exactly anytime they get around it, the other women will destroy them. Like, I sit here and listen, like, the good thing about me working on women's houses, I sit here and I listen to their conversations when they're there, and I'd be like, oh man, she's cute, she got her own houses, and I'm like, oh, I see why she ain't got in no relationship. You know what I mean? I see why I see why you're by yourself. I see why. Like me, I'm a talkative type person. I can go out and talk to any fucking body, and I flirt with women all the time. And evidently, I'm better than average. I don't consider myself special, but some people told me, like, well, considering that you got 4 baby mamas and you got, this, that, and the other. And then I had my friend tell me last night, he's like, yeah, you just walk up and talk to girls like you done known them all your life. I said, well, I think that's just a salesman in me. So you just get used to rejection and everything, so it don't bother you. But the problem is, the women are not going to adapt that, because it'll be a shock to them. Because that would be structured. They never had structure before. They don't want structure. They want to do what the fuck they want to do at the time they want to do it, and no accountability. You can't build a future with that.
Let me wait real quick. Let me go ahead and announce this super chat that just came in. This was from Johannes Emmanuel. Thanks again for coming through, fam. Us. And we'll go ahead and start winding down and get some of our closing statements in. We've been doing this for about 4 hours now, but we can definitely pick up on this because this is the region I want to focus on getting into hive theory, what's happening and why, and really start highlighting what's happening with the fourth industrial wave, what's happening on the demographics tip, and solutions that people can adopt in their immediate micro scenario that could catch on in a macro sense, given the right opportunity. Because, all it would take is the right instance to occur where people kind of snap to it finally and understand and lift that myth that family is an option. Because I think that's the prevailing idea. This axiom of I can do bad by myself. That needs to go away.
I mean, like all that stuff is basically like this. That's part of the control too. Because see, they want you by yourself because you have no place that you're going. You're not building towards nothing. You're living in the present. And as long as you're living in the present, I can control you whichever direction I want you to go. And that's that they don't realize that once you have no structure and all like that, that's the problem. And the women have been, it's been their best interest for them not to have a structure, because a structure would involve work that needs to be done. It would involve, accountability for when you fuck up, which they don't like. It would involve you having to cooperate, which they don't like. You know what I mean? Where the society to them has told them, hey, you can do what the fuck you want when you want and all like that. And anybody should be with you, they should just have to put up with that. So that way you can create more meaningless drones that'll grow up, do the same damn thing, and we'll have them under control.
I would just like to say a few things, right? I can definitely see that, but I think with most people, I think what BGS got up from earlier, he said literally there's like 4 times as many women necessarily in Africa that's just like single women than there are men. And the reality is necessarily, I understand what you're saying. You're speaking from the context necessarily if you're trying to save the ADOS female. I'm to the point already where the ADOS female is already gone. It's too far gone. And the reality is how I'm looking at it necessarily. You can just pick, as men, we have the ability just to pick up and just dip. That's just a reality. Like we go in any part of the world, go to a small goddamn island, whatever small goddamn island we go to, we can make that island the best fucking island on the goddamn planet. Along with the men necessarily come with the skills and an ability, that island would be the best fucking island.
But this is the problem with the interconnected world. The problem with the interconnected world is kind of like this. Like you have a good movie that kind of should show it. If you ever watch the movie Wife-like, if you see how they came, the men came out with robots and all like that. So the women realize, well, wait a minute, they'll just create a movement to destroy it. Say, oh, well, wait a minute, you're just taking it. I mean, like if you see what they're doing to the passport people. Oh, you're just trying to take advantage of them women. So basically what they'll do is they'll just come in and try to infiltrate that and corrupt it. And that's the that's the problem.
And the answer to that, Judge, and that's going to be another topic of discussion. It's ISIS quest. Because at the end of the day, other women are going to check that, because when they realize their survival is at stake, the tone changes quickly. And even still, and I'll say this at risk of sounding, whatever it makes me sound like, even if you take women that are compromised from other locations, if you are coming from the ground zero of the ADOS social complex and you're placed in any other environment, the fact that you're a black man gets you further enough to at least have a response to this crap that's so much better. It changes the paradigm almost entirely. And it's not to negate the point you're talking about with regards to globalization. But I just mean that when you get to be treated human as a black man, the amount of things you can get done working with other men is insane.
Yeah, hold on, Jerry, hold on. I was talking to a sister from Kenya today, and this woman broke down, crying. just because she wanted to see me. Just because she wants to see me. She literally was like, I don't care about money. I don't care about any of that. She was like, babe, I just want you. Never met physically yet. We've never had sex. But she see what kind of man I am, what I'm on. And to just see this woman just break down crying like a child, like just because she got so much love for me. Like, I don't think dudes really understand what it really means to have that feminine counterpart, that feminine complement to you. Because we're living in a world that's very populated, very spacious, and technology has knocked down. When it comes to women at this point, technology has shifted the balance of power to men. And the reason why I say that is because men no longer have to be with the women that's in their close proximity anymore. You can be a man from Kenya and can be like, man, I'm tired of these Kenyan chicks, man. Yo, man, I'm gonna go over here to Brazil. I'm gonna go over here to Colombia. Same thing with a brother from, the United States. The technology has given you a path globally. And the truth of the matter is, when you look at our history, man, we've always had a global mindset. Like this localized, be on your block and get a chick from your hood, all that type of. This is some new stuff, man, that just came through, being conquered on the battlefield, losing 500 years ago. But in totality, in our total existence, we've always had a global outlook on the world. And these women are forcing Black men in America to think on a global level with all their bullshit. And I think it's a good thing, because now you get to see, you get the way when you deal with a woman from a different place who has the culture. I grew up around my great grandparents. They were married for 50 years. That was the typical culture for them when they were coming up. For us, that hasn't been the typical culture. But in a lot of these other places, that's the norm. You meet a woman whose parents been married for 20 years or 30 years, or maybe sometimes even 40. So that foundation has already been laid. So all you got to do is come in, get the father's approval. He look you in the eye and he say, okay, this is a man I can trust him with my daughter. You pass the test. And that's all you got to do.
Well, bro, this is the problem. I totally understand what you're saying, but this is the problem. The problem is, unless we do a serious dial back, you know what I mean? Maybe because, like I said, I know how to run scams and all like that. I see like plenty. Like if I was running scams right now, oh my gosh, I'd be a billionaire. I mean, like literally. Anything, unfortunately, that, especially the woman, if they want to destroy, they will. And the problem is this: you can be destroyed literally by a lie with no proof needed. Once you've given them that much power, until you dial that back, there is no point of trying to do anything else. That power needs to be dialed back, because you can say, well, fuck it, I'm not going to deal with any women over here. But it doesn't matter, because you do your business over here. All you got to do is get a charge over here, and then you go to jail. You understand what I'm saying? That's the problem with that. That's the whole Achilles heel in the agreement. Because as you see, if we can't sabotage, if we can't shame you back, we're going to sabotage you. I mean, that's the problem when you got evil people.
I mean, if you choose to live in fear, I mean, that's just
no. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not living in fear, bro. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, that is fear. That's fear.
Look.
Correct.
You've given one side too much power to where they can do what the fuck they want.
I'm not
and there's no
any
consequences for lying.
Fam, look, let me just say this, because I think we all have already accepted that that's a thing. Because we could walk anywhere. And in fact, we've seen earlier instances of Black society get obliterated because some white chick decided that, she didn't like what happened and changed her mind. And then now a city's burnt down. Like, we know this already.
Right.
So even still, but Dre, and here's what we're saying. We're not trying to convince you of anything. We're just saying this so we can progress the conversation. At the end of the day, whatever happens, happens. And there's no gain for us to try to multiply by
But,
zero
okay.
by saying, okay, we know that she
Okay.
can do that.
But
We
see, this
still
is
have to act in spite of that.
but see,
And
like I said, it's multifaceted. Because see, remember, like I said, remember how we said, when you don't have the mind, body, spirit, and all like that to work, when a person sees, wait a minute, I can go ahead and do all of these things right, make all this progress, and then somebody destroy it. And I mean, it's a big difference when you say, I just threw a gas can inside that building and burned it down. But I can just destroy it with a statement. I mean, a statement with the words can mentally destroy it.
well, what we're talking about is the basis of communication, because we got to get to closing. Right, we got to get to closing statements. So that's just wanted to put that forward. At the end of the day, what we're talking about is the currency required for human communication, which is trust. If you don't have that trust, you can't get anywhere with any of that. And Rael, we talked about this before already, and I get it. People have not invested trust in that system, and lack of trust really does boil down to fear. We're not saying someone's crippled by it, but at the end of the day, we still have to move. That's where we get this axiom that I put with the nameless swordsman. With resolute acceptance of death, endure through struggle, and find meaning through conflict. It means in order to move and function in this society, you have to operate as though you have already died. You have to operate as though you're the living dead. You need to be able to move forward and understanding that in every moment, at any time, you could lose everything. Make the assumption that you've lost everything and continue to move forward in spite of that. That's what all of us have to do.
And that is what a leader is. That's what they do. That's what a man does, regardless of the fact.
Yeah, like I said.
And you don't need a large population of men to do that.
No. Even in the military, you don't need a large contingency of men to take over a city. All you need is enough to, you cut that communication, you bring that supply line in, you start cutting off vital resources to a city, you get 12 to 15 well-trained type, SEAL type dudes, they shut a city down. You don't need that many to make a real powerful impact. And see, that's what the reason why, because I was looking for these numbers for a long time and I finally found it. And when I finally found out the population of the women on the continent, I've always brought up these numbers because, and it's been so funny to me because since I've been talking about these numbers for the past maybe 3 years in this phase, it's something that a lot of Black men can't wrap their heads around. You can't sit here and tell me 530 million women, that means you got a lack of opportunity. You got more than enough opportunity. And if you halfway decent about yourself and all of that, it's nothing stopping you from going to the continent. You got brothers who have been over there. They setting up all different types of groups where they help you, whether it's there, other places. You get connected in these groups. These dudes is making it happen because they got tired of the BS. So at the end of the day, I don't even think that really what it comes down to. I don't even think it's on the females at this point. There are a lot of Black men who are scared of the freedom that they got. You can't complain about the freedom that you have. You have freedom that you probably never ever are going to have in this place if you don't use it. So this is your time to use this freedom that you haven't had on this kind of level since Reconstruction, and you better use it wisely. And you can't blame the females because you got a whole bunch of females on Earth that you have access to, that you can go to, visit the culture, and ingratiate yourself in the culture, learn the languages, all these different type of things. You got apps where you can learn the language. At this point, it's no excuse. You either move or get moved over.
So let me say this because we need to go ahead and go into closing statements. Admiral Smoke just came up here, aka Sandog, aka Gynocratic Garfield. What's good, fam? You can go ahead and do your opening and your closing, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I just wanted to share with all the brothers in the chat, man. Peace, you know what I'm saying? Peace to the chat, peace to the panel, man. And I
Os.
just want to share the brothers, man. Also, is that, man,
Peace.
all of this is a cycle, man. Like how you have winter, spring, summer, and fall, right? So even in the Vedic text, right, you have the different yugas, right? The Sat yuga, human beings are, you know, highly spiritual. We live 100,000 years. Then you get to the Tetra yuga, right? People start to have more physical concerns. We live 10,000 years, right? Then you get to the Dwapara yuga, right, where people really begin to break up in class and become selfish and everything else. And then you get to what we are in now, actually, according to a lot of Hindu texts, is the Kali Yuga, right? And so what, you know, I was talking to, you know, to Nameless, you know, about a day or so ago, and one of the things that we have to do, man, if you want to be free of a cycle or what we're going through, you and your oppressor cannot want the same thing, right? So you're gonna have to let go. You're gonna have to let go of what are, you know, white people dreams, because at the end of the day, I don't think collectively black men want to do the things that enabled European men to have the things that they have now, right? So we have to understand that, you know, history is a cycle. We are in a particular cycle, just like Rael said, and then we have to use that mobility in everything, you know, we have to use that mobility in everything that's there to our advantage. And I'll say this real quick, and then I'm out, right? And so, you know, even, you know, so even when you get to now, like when we have our debates, and I know I'm saying a lot because I've missed a lot of the panel, but even we have our debates over high value and all this stuff and everything else, that's why I said that we got to think differently, because in the Kali Yuga, it says wealth alone will be considered the sign of a man's good birth, proper behavior, and fine qualities, right? And then that's not the truth, right? You know, again, men and women will live together merely because of superficial attraction, and success in business will depend on deceit, and womanliness and manliness will be judged according to one's expertise in sex, right? So, you know, and so when you look at these types of things, and I'm gonna close it out. So when you look at these types of things, these are the things now that we're all placing value on, man. And so to Rael's point, with this, you know, with this new mobility that we have, man, it's not just a physical, leaving of this kind of operating system behind, but it's also a mental and spiritual one, man. And we have to take this opportunity, man. Like again, go through the cycle, man, and then God willing, man, we'll all see each other somewhere on the other side of my eye. So hopefully in another panel I can explain it all further, but that's my opening and closing remarks, man. Thank you, y'all.
Os.
I like to get mine.
All right, man.
Salute, bro. Salute. Good to see you. Good to see you,
Same here,
Yeah,
Rob.
Zulu, go ahead, Zulu.
Yeah. Basically, I'm gonna say one thing necessarily. Basically, when I necessarily step foot in the continent and I actually start talking to these women and whatnot, and we got the chance to speak, and I told them about the differences of my life and the lives that the women that's in America. They looked at these women like they were goddamn demons. No, I mean that. Like they looked at them, and I started telling them the shit they was doing. They had the look of almost horrification on their face. The thing is, when I spoke to these women and whatnot, these women embraced me in a way I think I had never been embraced since. I think maybe since the day I probably was born. Maybe I can probably that's what I'm guessing. And the reality is, when these women out here see necessarily the difference between between the women in America and themselves, they understand that they understand that, okay, this is a good man necessarily, and they are more willing, and they are definitely willing and actually ready to necessarily do the thing that your women would not do, which means defend not only defend your heart, but also defend your honor and shit like that. And you understand necessarily, like, these women will actually do the work for you that your women won't do the moment you step on the goddamn continent, or the moment you step out of the, let's say, the Ados tribe, or the Ados quote unquote plantation. The reality is, soon as you make that step from out of there necessarily, you will begin to see that it's a vastly different world. And the women from over there, from the continent, it's an easy switch, man. It's an easy switch. When I showed one girl that with the video of like what American things, what American stuff, things that American women do.
She was like, I would never go there. She looked me in my eyes. She said, I would never go there. These women are crazy. And I said, I was like, oh, that seemed kind of normal to me. And just the level of femininity that these women have, it's just vastly different. It is vastly different. So the thing is, as soon as you actually leave that Ado's plantation and go into another place, it's immediate. The women that said they go into line, they know what they want to do, and they know they want to get a husband and all this shit. Like, so the thing is, you have to not, you can't walk in fear. You have to walk in understanding that Ados has its own problem, and when you leave Ados, those problems die with you the moment you leave there.
Well, I understand what you're saying, because basically it's an environment. The environment is not conclusive to that type of behavior. You understand what I'm saying? The women won't be cared about. They won't be looked after. You understand what I'm saying? And all like that. They don't have the women. Like I said, the environment is not conclusive to them to say, like they don't have the things like the Me Too and all that bullshit over there. You ain't hearing believe all women and all that shit over there. That's not it's an environment. But the problem is, as soon as we get over there and start building, of course, that they're gonna want to bring that environment over there. And unfortunately, what would be our thing that's really gonna cost us numbers.
Will kill them bitches, bro. I'm gonna put it to you in the most shortest, easiest way to let you understand. If 8 of those women came up here and tried to have them shit, them bitches over here gonna rectify that problem before the men even get to it. So when it comes to that,
and that's exactly how women in antiquity do it globally. And it's not just there, it's everywhere on planet Earth. I also got another super chat I want to acknowledge here. This is from Onzen, but they had a different name earlier, but they said sent a donation saying thank you for the breakdown on the Maslow hierarchy. Salute to you, fam. Thanks again. And Zulu, there's a phrase, and maybe Yogami understands what I mean when I say this. There's a phrase I fucking love that really puts this into context every time. Mimimi mtukwa sababu kuna watu, which roughly is supposed to line out to, I am a person because there are people.
Boom.
That right there.
I had a feeling that's what you were saying too.
The only thing I say, and I'm gonna leave it alone like this. It's like this. It's kind of like in Terminator Judgment Day. He said, "You didn't prevent Judgment Day, you just postponed it." And see, that's what you have to watch out for. By going, I understand. Like, I totally understand what you're doing, and I see but unfortunately, like us doing that, we're not solving the initial problem at hand. We're just postponing it.
Once again, death isn't the end; it's just a cycle. That's how I see it, fam. Don't bother me. But real quick, Judge, if you want to do your last statement, you can go ahead, and then we'll jump to Chaos since they jumped on, and then we'll hit to Gilgami, Souch, and then Rael. If you didn't want to, Judge, then we'll go ahead to Chaos.
Oh no,
Chaos,
I thought I went out. I couldn't hear anything for a minute. You were talking.
Oh, well, maybe I went out. Nah, I was just
I can hear you
closing
fine,
statements order. Okay. Yeah, but we can hear you, Judge. If you want to do yours, go ahead.
He went out again.
We can't hear you, Judge.
Yeah, he's probably having problems with that. Chaos, go ahead and give your opening and closing, and then we'll jump to Souch next.
Well, the only thing I want to say, people don't understand life and death is always the continuing. It is that yin and yang at the end of the day. That's how things begin and so-called end and it reverts. I'm not sure why majority of people, especially men, and I want to say is afraid of death today. It is a natural state of life. I mean, hell, if you look at how man had to endure this environment throughout civilization to now, it's no joke. I mean, death is imminent if not careful, but you make use of the time you're here. So that my opening part and the closing statement, you know what I'm saying? Not much. I was sitting back and listening. I had to come up, I had to do it. All right.
I appreciate you, fam. Oh, we'll be doing I'll be hopping over to Chaos's stream tomorrow. We're gonna
Yeah.
have a little chop up about a topic he was curious about. So, we'll have a little bit of part 2 on the dojo speak. But Judge is back up now, so if you want to do your closing, fam, go ahead.
Well, like I said, I totally understand where you're going and all like this. And like I said, this is the thing. I don't want to be right about it. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that, I just feel that, I base a lot of our stuff more on the Black community itself, more than anything, and our group of people. And considering that we're a smaller group of people, I just think that things resonate with us a lot quicker. And the bad thing, how bad things can get in our society and infiltrate really easy. Good things can also too. So maybe something good will come from all of this, and that may resonate with our people.
I can hear that, fam. And again, that's fair. I want to make it clear I'm not trying to discount what you're saying at all. I fully acknowledge it. I just think some of us kind of look at it a little bit differently. And, we're at different points. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's all
you
good,
having a
fam.
different opinion, I don't consider that hatred. Just give an example. I told a Fortune 500 company that I was working for, I told her, you'll be out of business in 10 years. I said that at 17. And they was like, what you coming? You just think because you some hot shot dude that you might get good numbers and all that. I said, you'll be out of business in 10 years. Mark my word. And no, what are you talking about, dude? You're going to be a lifer here at this company? I'm like, dude, we're going to be out of business in 10 years. And
Well, at least you had the foresight to know, and then you could move accordingly.
I feel right. And I hate to say it, it was like, gag, Dre, you was right. I'm like, I know. Because I saw, this is the problem is, sometimes you got to realize some people are so bullheaded, they won't adapt to any change. And that's what I think hinders us all. We want to adapt.
Which is why they'll be left behind.
Yeah. Like I said,
that's nature. That's nature. That ain't white, black. That's nature.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what I think will kill more of our numbers than anything. They don't want to adapt to the change. You're gonna lose 80% because of that.
When the pain of discipline of change becomes greater or less than the pain of regret, then you're not going to get any action. So they'll learn eventually.
Well, I told them all the time. Best way to affect change. I tell people all the time. What do I say? They got to experience pain. You can't make a change until people don't change until they experience pain. If they're not experiencing pain, they're not changing. I tell people that all the time. I said they have to experience pain. If they don't experience no pain, they don't change.
The greatest pain that they're going to receive is losing the best of us. It's the greatest pain they're going to feel.
Yeah, but this the bad thing is they're gonna go. They're gonna go. The problem, the logic with that is they'll destroy it. Destroy that.
Dre, hold on, Dre. I had an ex years ago, and I said to her, I said, man, I'm so tired of y'all. I was like, y'all always win. I said, even when y'all wrong. And she looked me dead in my eye, and she said, we don't win like you think we do.
Yeah, when you win,
you're not winning, dog. This is not winning. This is not winning.
It's their form of losing.
When you measure this against normal thinking beings, this is not winning. This is a false illusion. Even she recognized that this is not winning. The question is, do you have the capacity? Like Robert De Niro in the movie Heat, when he told Shorty, hey, I got to make that decision between you, love, and freedom. I'm going to choose freedom. And when that moment of truth came, he loved the chick. He had love for her. But Al Pacino was on his ass. Sure. And he needed to get the hell on. And he made the choice to get the hell up out of there. You know what I'm saying? Because he had to do what was in his best interest. He couldn't make a decision based on what was in their best interest. That's what I said earlier. That this notion of what we were, that's gone. So you can't even formulate your strategy to even think about there's an us.
There's
Right.
there's two different black groups. There's one for men and children, and the other one is for the females. You're gonna have to make a choice as a man. Me personally, I think that we're better equipped than all men in the world to actually be one of the first to really bring about a different paradigm, because we've gone through the bullshit first.
Yeah.
So even Booker T. Washington said that, because back in his time, people were pushing the survival of the fittest, Darwinism viewpoint, and Booker T. Washington said back then, he said, well, based on that, he said, black people are the most fit based on what we had to go through. So we're more fit than anybody.
Yeah.
And that's where we are. We're more fit. That's the reason why I was able to have females on the continent ask me about Kevin Samuels, rest in peace to him, because we went through it first. So we're much more equipped, and we're better equipped to handle it. A lot of these white dudes can't handle this shit. They don't know what's going on. They getting hit upside the head. We have much more of a better position because we went through it first. And so now, because we know what it is, nature dictates that we adapt and make other arrangements, because that's what nature compels us to do.
Rael, we're gonna go ahead and do that finishing statement. I guess you're next on there, and we'll go to Gyogami after that. You there, Gyogami?
Oh, okay. I thought you were still talking. Sorry. So, for my closing statement, so I truly appreciate the time I can spend with you all, and to go on along 3 points. One, to go on with what Trial and Nameless said, and another point with what Sendong said. So the first point, the fact that the Edos had the experience in the people in diaspora, and that they could be actually councilmen for the people on the continent is actually one of the reasons why I came to the Black Manosphere, because I was actually looking for people with whom I could have that kind of dialogue, because I was observing it on my side, but it was more difficult to explain it with people directly from the continent or from the continent in Canada, because they did not see this aspect of reality. So I had to interact with people who actually went through this kind of hell, because when you learned about the Mars Utopia in 2012 to the brother Barbarossa, for all those who know about it, it's difficult to explain this to some people of the continent and the kind of destruction that can occur in the West. So when I met you all in 2020, 2019, it was a great pleasure for me, because I managed to find kindred soul in this aspect. And indeed, you could become great councilmen because you know what happened. You can observe, and since we're the same people but from the other side of the seas, you can directly tell them what happened to you and help the people on the continent through business in different interactions on how to more properly adjust. And then to go with and then a second point is that indeed, as Nameless said, they are trying to, at least those who are partisan of the singularity, they're trying to mimic possibilities manifested in the mysteries of both lower vibration technology, but without the ascension, without the transcendence. In other words, they will lock people up. Because if you think about it, if there's a fourth industrial revolution, if there's a human 2.0 with heightened intellectual capabilities, such a societies cannot be properly regulated without having a form of enslavement ship within the population, because you cannot control a population with 150 IQs, which have been enhanced by biology, without having an actual mean to control them. People with high intellect do not obey properly. So there is going to be a necessity to a form of enslavement one way or another. Then finally, at least if you do not wish for them to become elevated, and then to complete with what Sandman had said, to the point of cycles and prophecies, there is a story with the Native Americans, one of the nations, that said something which had been confirmed with people of the continent. The visions which was said before the white people arrived in North America went as follows. The gods and the ancestors split the people into 4 groups, 4 race, 4 colors, 4 elements, each entering their rule and their reign one after the other. First the red race of the West, who was entering their rule through earth. Then the white race of the North, who enters their rule through fire. Then the yellow race of the East, entering their rule through the element of air. And then the black race, who enters their rule through water, and through water engulf all others into one element, bringing it back into ether. From
You
what I
just
learned,
described the gold eye. Wow. Go ahead, fam.
from what I learned from the different voices, other people are trying to prevent the way of water, but they are aware of this way, which is actually, and when I learned about this way and how each was supposed to go into line, one of my first thoughts was, if I were the white people in the East, I would try to find a way to get rid of the people in the US and the people in Brazil, just for strategic purposes. I'm just saying it. And when I saw BGS chart of demographic growth in law, it was following the same pattern of each entering their rules. The only problem is that now the East is entering faster into their reign that apparently scheduled. So different plans trying to change, which is another reason why I'm actually encouraging people in the US to maybe find a way to move out of the United States. I'm just saying this. So now I have to leave. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Nameless. Thank you to everyone on the chat, on the panel. Thank you very much. Salute to Brother Sundog. Thank you again.
Family, it's
Salute,
always
G.
a pleasure.
Salute, G. Salute.
I think you're up next, Ryle.
Great panel, man. Great discussion as always. Always good for iron and sharper iron. Shelby Steele said some years ago that Black people are so used to fighting for freedom that now that we have it, we don't know what to do with it. I think that's very appropriate for Black men. The ancestors, man, would love to have some of the advantages that we have at this particular point. And so I just implore men to take that journey, man, within yourself, you know, look into your own heart, you know, reflect on your past, reflect on what was good for you, what wasn't good for you, and set your sights and your heart on what you want for yourself moving forward. I think this is probably one of the greatest challenges a lot of us are going to have to face, because a lot of us are going to have to leave some people behind that we care about, that we're used to seeing. But when it comes to the ethic of brotherhood is about a common goal, it's about leadership. And leadership is always about being able to make the tough decision. And usually the tough decision is the hardest decision. That's what tests you and sees if you're fit to lead. Because if you can't make tough decisions, even if it's somebody that you, in your mind, you have love for. We saw this in the movie Black Panther, and I think that movie has so many parallels to where we are right now. It's amazing how much that movie resonates with what we're dealing with. Killmonger had a lot of anger, and he wanted to cause a lot of destruction, but T'Challa needed to embrace certain things too. He both had some things to learn, and that's why T'Challa had mercy for Killmonger in the end. That ultimately Killmonger rejected. So for me, I just think that we're living in some of the best times for ourselves as men. We have advantages that we can take to all different parts of the world, lay some different types of foundations. We don't have to be the first in place to win the race. Sometimes, man, we can win the race coming in second place, And I just think that ultimately that every man is going to have to really search himself to see what he really wants for himself. At this particular point in time, there's never really been a problem with being selfish when it's time for you to be creative. Some of the greatest creators had to be selfish in order to get their creation out. And a lot of people around them didn't like it. Look up Steve Jobs' story. He had some things going on, in his personal life, but he had to make a choice. He had to make a decision. He chose Apple. And so you're going to have to make some tough decisions, and you're going to have to search your heart and ask yourself, are you prepared to make those tough decisions? Because if not, you're only going to be stuck on a plantation. That's it. So a lot of men have some decisions to make. I'll leave it there.
Definitely appreciate that, Rael. And I guess last but not least, we've got Sauchi, fam. It's all you.
Yeah, I appreciate being on. I love these spaces, man. This is what it's supposed to be. Closing statement. Natural order of things, man. Men lead, women follow. You see that across not just humans but all mammals. Okay, and with that, there's no need to try to convince the women or to wait for the women. You move forward. You create the space. You protect that space, and anyone or anything that it is not complementary to to that space does not belong there. It's really that simple. It's not easy, but it is that simple. And the other thing with the man, especially in this country, is not only just understanding your mission, but also understanding your boundaries. Not just allowing any type of person into your space that you earn every single day. Whether it's family, associates, business partners, or intimate relationships. We need to understand boundaries. And again, look at nature, look at the males. Okay, all the answers are right there. All the answers are in history. All we got to do is just do the work and just move forward. There's no convincing. And that's it.
Fam, I definitely appreciate everybody that managed to show up here today. Everybody that came up here to the dojo. I plan on this being a regular occurrence. The days may kind of vary, but this open format where we can kind of come here and chop it up on some basic principles. I like what everybody was able to contribute, especially creating this concept that I've been thinking about. Shout out to Gyogami for highlighting that. Cultural vaccination, which is what I'm going to call it. Been thinking about that for a while because, again, with the onset of Kevin Samuels, you have men all over the world actually talking about a lot of the points that he was really articulating. And in general, since we already understand that the Eidos social complex, the Eidos tribe, has been a canary in the coal mine essentially for the trajectory that global liberation and, or rather, global liberal policy has attained, and that the plantation was the first model pretty much employed to roll out first wave industrialism. You know, it's not a surprise that other countries that are in the process of industrializing can kind of look at us and our state as a form of projecting out into the future to see what's to come. So people do have an opportunity to respond to this. And the fact that those in the ADOS social complex have gone through what we've gone through and not been completely obliterated yet still speaks to the resiliency of us as a people, because I think any other people probably would have been obliterated by now. All it's going to take is just kind of sitting down and looking through some of the content. You know, Gigi and Sandog and us have been breaking down on his channel and really highlighting the nonsense we've made it through, the cultural starvation, the process of domestication, the literal way of how we even got over here in the first place, and then surviving this political duality and having the uniqueness of having us just kind of concentrated to these clusters where we exist at and still manage to find a way to thrive. It's starting to bleed out now. But again, we've got an opportunity that's been presented to us, the ability to respond to the fourth industrial wave. You can either follow the path that leads you into the negative modality of control and become one of the 5% that essentially runs everything. If that's the path you want to go for, you know, thumbs up, go for it. The other path is the one of acceptance and doing what you can to create an understanding of yourself by the means of courage, staving off that indifference with everything around you, since that indifference is going to be temporary. You will have to make a choice one way or another, fear or love. That's really the only choices you have. And one of the goals of my channel is to provide people with enough information so they can make an informed decision on whatever path they choose. That said, I really want to thank everybody from coming up here and sharing your opinions, sharing your thoughts. And I'll be looking forward to chopping it up with you guys next time. With that, to the founders of the space, os. To the instructors and students on the panel, os. And to the members of the chat, os. This has been the Nameless Protagonist. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening.